Tell me you're joking.
For now, though, compare Pirate's attitude with the charitability that
Snakeoprost is now live streaming the rising digital scammers counter so far possible normal weekend.
I didn't want to even say anything either. The first one, I didn't want to call him out, but he body pulled the top pack too.
It was literally his mistake.
Now that's interesting. Ozzy and Yamato talking about a first one, which sounds like pass, it would be done and over with within a week. Hell, if he was smarter, he'd try to lean into it. You know, make a roach emote or something. Turn it into a joke, have a laugh. Yeah, people are going to be mad about it in the moment, but a lot of them will come around if you can be a decent person about it. However, all of these things means he would have to admit fault, and Pirate Software seems like the kind of guy to never, ever admit fault. And it's at this point that the random internet autists, bless you guys, began to dig up a whole bunch of other interesting events that went down with Pirate before the whole shit show kicked off. For example, people found clips of Pirate roaching out in other dungeons, like here in Blackrock Spire.
We got a Spellbinder back here?
Yeah.
Come in.
No, we got 3. He pulled 3 things back here.
Yeah. I got them all.
Cool.
You can see that he thinks things are about to collapse, so he makes for the exit, but as soon as it's obvious the group has it under control, he returns to the fight. Pirate doesn't seem to be the kind of guy who can handle pressure. Those roach legs that are carrying him from place to place are kind of jittery, you know? Which really makes me laugh because he certainly markets himself as a guy who can handle pressure.
Some of the best moments that I've had inside of dungeons are because, oh shit, we're all going to die if we don't execute this perfectly, and we hardened up at that moment, we kicked some ass, and we got to live. You know, I've made it all the way to 60 now without dying because of that, because we didn't give up in that.
Yeah, here he is, describing the exact thing that he's failed to do multiple times now. He talks a big game about locking in, grabbing the bull by the horns, but turns out it's all talk. Just like how he can describe what should be done, but he doesn't actually do it.
We've lost a lot of tanks, man. Yeah. Like, I've watched it, like Jay Beasy died the other day. That was rough.
That was sad. As a mage player, that was sad to watch from 2 mages in a group, I'm gonna be honest.
It made me physically unwell, yeah.
Yeah. It made me feel like I was a decent mage player, knowing that I probably would have done a lot more.
Like, there were no sheeps going out, there were no blizzards going out. Apparently, he didn't have the spec for blizzard for slows, but, like, that's exactly why I run that spec. Because, like, when shit goes sideways, you save lives, man.
Oh, 100%. And blizzard is, like, absolutely good. It's so good.
See, he knows why a mage should have rank 1 blizzard already, but if you don't cast the spell, knowing actually isn't half the battle. In fact, knowing doesn't mean very much at all. Of course, you can talk about what other mages should be doing all day long.
You basically have to evoke it to get your mana back for the next pull.
Reminded me, sorry, I don't play the game, so I forget. If you remind me, I can help you out.
Yeah, it's too bad I'm the only mage in the party. You're right, Jen. If only someone else would cast Arcane. If only.
Bro, what the fuck is this dono alert?
Can't really keep wishing for things that just aren't here, though.
That's true. That's true. Can't wish for the rogue. Can't wish for another mage to cast Arcane in.
Yeah.
Brother, may I have some oats? Oh, since we have 2 mages, we could probably poly the ads.
Wait, we have 2 mages. Oh, man.
Yeah, I can poly.
Here I've been the only one casting Arcane in. Incredible.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's wild, right?
This is Lakari, another streamer who's new to Warcraft, and Pirate's giving him a hard time.
Attention, scum! You are in defiance of the Emperor's law. You cannot hide. You cannot escape. We are judgment. Prepare for sentencing.
Whisper the
Okay.
Time for not knowing what he's doing. Now, if you're wired like me, the beginning of that clip sounded like it could be a slightly mean joke at Lakari's expense, but still within the realm of banter. But by the end of the clip, the vibe is just really awkward, and Pirate comes off as insufferable rather than knowledgeable or superior. Now, this event was from months earlier, but after the Dire Maul story popped off, Lakari resurfaced to basically put words what everyone was feeling at the time.
Because he has like this high and mighty attitude, like he's better than me. It's not like... You remember he's like talking down to me in that dungeon in SM? You remember that? You guys remember that shit? Why do you play mage if you don't, like, support the team and make water and buff people? Bitch, I'm new, I fucking didn't realize the buff ran out, pussy. And then, fucking fast forward, 2 months later, this nigga doesn't even know how to press Frost Nova. Fuck yourself, bitch. I'm gonna talk my shit. Fuck him, dude. I still remember that shit, and he was talking that shit.
Brother, why do you wake up at in the morning? I didn't even sleep yet.
Is that Cloud? Is that you?
That's why people don't like him. He has a high and mighty attitude.
That's a Cloud.
He has like the ego, but it's like
Why?
an unjustified ego.
I gotta point out that all of these clips resurfacing and hitting the front page of live
I have
fail
shit
on Reddit
to
and going
do
viral on
later.
Twitter, everything we've been talking about now for like the past hour and a half.
That's why.
This all got unearthed and shared around on the
And
same day as the Dire Maul run. This story completely overtook the internet in less than 24 hours. So, I guess with day one of the
yes, hello,
let's
it
talk about
is
day
me.
two. The next
I
one,
know it's you.
Pirates.
And let me. There is.
Play against these guys.
1, 2, poke, bam, throw. Bam.
Oh my god! They just got fucking demolished!
I don't know. Luckiest man alive. And there is some kind of a freak. People want like a normal looking hunter, but we're gonna get somebody called the Fool. Some psycho killer again in a Hunt Showdown, you know. Toxic game. Let me go back to my vampire shit.
Bro, it is the Joker, but in Hunt Showdown.
Yeah, it's literally. If you scroll down the comments of the post, they're literally people are literally saying what you. Joker of Baoyu. His nickname Fool, so it's not like a Joker, it's a fool. But you know, literally no blood in me. How do I make treasury room? Treasury room. Treasury room. Pa-pa-pa-pum. Oh.
This will not work.
Like this. Don't touch my chair.
I will buy this game when it will be on sale. I wanna try it.
I will be sure to tell you. No worries. So. Oh. Nice. First you put all your shit into this closet, and now it's available for a free build. So now I can free build everything. Do I need something else? Do I need something else? Blood. Blood for the blood gods. Alchemy. For all my blood and skull and bones. Ah. Yeah. That's it. So I wanted to make a forge. This is my second castle, by the way. You know, like I'm kind of expanding. I want prison flooring. No, maybe forge. Castle, foundation, forge. Because you get like 25-30% bonus. And now I need to make like borders. This room like this, and I'll put my fucking forge down. Forge. I need fucking radium. Do I want radium here? Yeah, yes I want. Back to the old base. Oh, my peasants are here. Give me all your... oh shit. Look at that. There is a like avatar of yours somewhere around here, if I recall. That's a fort, man. And this guy is empty. Her also.
My blood reserves run low.
Yes. And here is you. This is my peasant. Wait a minute. Can I unlock any technology? I don't think I can. So, which means...
Why am I peasant?
Because... let me show you. I go to my throne. And then I select... okay, people, go here. And... military tactics. If I send
Give
you
me
here,
ultra great sword RN.
if I send you and my buddy Dracula to like a Dunley fortress, you're gonna rank sec the shit out of them. Like 40 reinforced planks and 100 whetstones, which is pretty good loot. And so you basically go to steal shit for me. And I can send priestess to a monastery and... yeah, sure. Go as a backup. And then... one guy here to get me a glass. And just like that, back to the business. And I try to like select people that have like a blood purity from like 90% to 100%, so that That's how you'll end up with the expertise of 39, which means all their characteristics are boosted like almost by 40%, which means I can give them like a cheap gear and they will do like best with it. So with like from like 35 to 40% expertise, that's pretty good loot modifier. This is bad, by the way. So yeah, I kind of your avatar, I kind of pick like a random guy, so sorry, I'm gonna find somebody better. And the priestess is also poor. Ugh. Disgusting! Okay.
Rip, my man's bro gonna get sacrificed.
No. Oh, it won't. Let me show you the something interesting. This.
Attention, scum. You are in defiance of the Emperor's law. You cannot hide. You cannot escape. We are judgment. Prepare for sentencing.
What folk is this new update to Dark Tide? Oh yeah, new class is being added. We getting a pet hunter.
It's a Judge Dredd, I think. It's your boy with a dog. I unironically like had a concept of having like a pet raven in a Hunt Showdown for solo players. It's like the movie, you know. Like you get downed and like 2, 3 or 5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes after like everybody leaves, like a random like ravens start to flock around you, and single one, like your pet raven, goes and peck your body, and you get revived. Like a minimum of health, and you know, all the shit on your body, like it disappears, maybe even like that, like all the death traps and bullshit, and you're free to leave. Maybe it sounds gay, but the point is not like, oh, you get a free from jail card. It's more of a like a lore thing, as I said. Like I have like 1.5 million bucks in Hunt, so
I trap everyone's body GL.
As I said, your body would explode, and every trap would like activate or disappear. So, you know, there would be no point in that. As I said, maybe it sounds gay, but that probably wouldn't stop people from, like, you know, camping out the fucking raven for like 10 minutes. Yeah, my concept is like good on paper, but people would still do shitty things. Okay, I came here for one thing and one thing only. before I got distracted. I came here for a radium alloy. Oh, my beloved. Great. You can cut people down or you can cut plants down, you know. There you go. Nice and clean garden. And I got 2 Hell Clarions. We need more Hell Clarions. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I should probably send somebody to like catch a fish. At this point in game, like I'm like farming shit, and I guess. Oh, okay. Also, she doesn't have like a really good blood, but you know, she lifts the mood. Let's say like that.
Bend to my will.
Oh, the fuck. So anyway. Okay. Now we can go and mine some iron for starters. No. Can go like that.
Veins of the mortal realm, reveal yourselves.
These guys are. Kaboosh.
Secrets of the sanguine world, speak to me.
Okay.
Software dropped his official statement on the thing on Twitter.
Why don't you go to sleep, by the way?
Those trying to
You're playing WoW?
online for a bad pull in Dire Maul WoW hardcore. This is
My brother.
hardcore WoW.
Why?
Lives on the line when you step foot into a dungeon. Here's a light breakdown of the last 24 hours. Our party went the wrong way and overpulled multiple times with the boss. Shotcaller made the call, run, then went back on that call. During the run out, another pattern dropped in the street previously, which is never good. Communication was completely broken throughout this. It was our second time into the dungeon. Everyone played poorly, and the two were ultimately lost their characters. Each person in this group made mistakes, including myself. I've never once said I was perfect in my play, nor that I was a god gamer.
I was doing quests to unlock the fat people so I can play a tank.
You can play a tank.
If you're a creator engaging this kind of behavior, then eventually your content will end. The relationships you've sullied will be permanent. Hope it was worth it for you. Those trying to bet, this too shall pass. Do not attack me. I've always hated that kind. I have no intention of stopping making things or not doing stuff as I already have. Those who were banned will be banned. I've never liked that kind of knee-jerk reaction before. Not changing that now. For those that don't understand why they will stay banned, we had a 10-hour-long hate raid over it live on Twitch. We had banned 4,000 accounts on all platforms, and our monitors, death threats, and death as well. Police call for me to be killed, both in-game and out-of-game. They tried to get me banned from Twitch, the Guild, and WoW. They tried to make disparaging comments about a terror rescue or that we somehow report bandits. They tried to spread rumors saying I was known and many other things. The internet hate machine is not defeat, or the community that supports me.
What class do you think I should play? I thought Protection Warrior, but unsure. I wanna use the shield.
Red Paladin. I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool.
In the third paragraph, he generalizes everyone makes mistakes, not just him. He tries to make his critics appear
I saw the body of Asmongold playing that, and that sounded cool.
And in a move that runs counter to what he
Maybe
just
it's not,
said,
but
he appeals
it
to
sounded.
authority by talking about his time at Blizzard. In the fourth paragraph, he generalizes a third time, but also minimizes the claim against him by basically saying, "Why do you care?" And then he condemns at least some of his critics by saying that people who are making videos and doing streams of him are somehow doing something immoral by covering them. The rest of the post is self-victimization, talking about how he's been attacked and it's okay because he can take it, and how terrible it is that he's been sent death threats, and his stream's been hate-rated and the rest of it. Now, as we do all the time on this channel, let's give the devil his due. Pirate, to his credit, did in fact receive some death threats. For example, on stream, his character was a private message by somebody named Share, who threatened to have people waiting for him at the grocery store, and that they were going to stab him at BlizzCon 2025. Another guy named Hide Your Mom said he was going to show him what it means to be a pirate by cutting his parents. Another said he was going to behead Pirate's dad. A fourth dude said he was going to jerk off of a pirate's corpse after he's murdered live on air. And this is pretty fucking unhinged. The chances of these being real threats and not just some dude's fucking off a pirate is pretty low. Fair enough. But even still, this obviously shouldn't be sent Pirate's way or anyone's way over World of Warcraft. This is far past basic trolling. All that being said, it is nonetheless a tactic that Pirate focuses on the few death threats and legitimate bits of hate that he's been sent, instead of the vast majority of people who are criticizing his actions, however harshly they may be doing it. The person who calls Pirate a retard idiot fraud who can't play mage might be rude, but that's still criticism focused on the actual events in question.
There is a Protection Paladin.
That Pirates received is
I don't know.
And not along
Is it good?
to kill your parents lines. Nonetheless, Pirate declared that anyone who trolled him in the game was getting reported to Blizzard, and his name apparently still holds sway over us. This is a real threat, you guys.
All of the accounts that are messaging me are getting reported. There's a funny fact about this. I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. There's a whole lot of other people there that still know me. And all of these reports are going directly to me. They're well aware of the situation, and everybody who's messaging me, they're going to get read. It's kind of a dumbass thing to do, and I can't wait for all of them to get banned. It was 2,975 bans and 1,357 bans in the process, and Kronos was told to kill himself 20 times.
Dude, the fact that a character named Roach was invited him to a party in the middle of that clip is kind of funny, not gonna lie. Most of what's being sent Pirate's way are memes and mocking, with only a small minority with actual death threats. I'm not excusing those, obviously. However, I think Pirate's doing a classic victim Andy. You know what I mean, right? Help, help, I'm being harassed and threatened. Look at all this hate I'm receiving. In a strange way, the threats actually help him, because they allow him to characterize all the responses received solely while these elements. All in all, Pirate's first criticism only served to further rile people up. Because there was no actual apology here. There was no consolation expressed to people who lost their characters. There was no responsibility taken for his own mistakes. That wasn't generalized out to a vague, we all fucked up, guys. He downplays his own mastery of the game, something which he heavily leaned on when he started his channel in the first place. And finally, he tries to shine a spotlight on the minority of people who take it too far, to characterize the blowback he's receiving as a hate campaign full of death threats, because he doesn't want to actually face up to the real criticism he's receiving. And he can't take it when random chatters make jokes about it. Like, for a while, Pirate was just banning anyone who said the word managem in Twitch chat. It's like I've said multiple times already. It would all be over in just a minute. In fact, other top-tier WoW do this exactly. Just take the L, it's not that hard. And Pirate responded with, hope this was worth it for you. What do you mean, dude? Of course it was fine. You're acting like a retard when a simple, my bad, go a long way to solving it. But of course, he didn't just take the L. We're now on day 3 of an escalating drama that shouldn't have been a drama in the first place. When asked about people reacting to and giving their analysis of the situation and saying who's at fault, you know, going over the play, going over the post-game calls, the reactions, Pirate had this to say.
And for all the content creators that were out there trying to cannibalize me to boost their numbers for a little while, that may work for now. But in the future, no one's going to want to do anything with you other than other people that also want to cannibalize you. You're going to surround yourself with assholes. It's going to be on you, bud. That's shit for you, to be honest with you. And I feel bad for you.
He's still not understanding the situation that he's in. Yes, sometimes the knives do come out among drama farmers. I've seen it many times. But he's acting like he's this paragon of virtue who's been taken down by hate, this sacrificial lamb. And from beyond the grave, he's issuing a dire warning.
It'll happen to you.
Yeah, sure, that might happen. But this is happening to you right now, Pirate. Because people were making fun of you, and you couldn't roll with the punches, and so people made fun of you even harder. And then Pirate said this.
Explain, little self.
You need iron for everything in this game.
I gave a shit about that
So
at
I'm
first,
trying to like
and I don't give a shit
clear
about it
the
at all.
mine to get the shit
At this point,
for
we've
melting.
gotten thousands of bans in the chat. We have bots hitting the chat. We have real people hitting the chat. We've received hundreds of death threats. We've gotten 2 swatting attempts so far. And I really don't give a shit how people feel at this point. And I feel like anyone else in my position would feel the same. So the people who are trying to do this for content, the ones that want to do this as a content play, which is quite a lot of streamers, I don't have any respect.
Okay, that would be a thing. This drama had been going on for weeks and months, and it just wasn't stopping, no matter how hard you tried to roll with punches and shrug and laugh it off. But this is like 2 days later. At what point did Pirate ever care about being reconciliatory in this whole thing? In fact, that was the main initial criticism, that right from the get-go he was only about defending himself, with nothing in there about taking ownership for his actions. Again, yes, the death threats are bad, but like I said, he's using the worst behavior and painting everyone with that brush. Since it has been a couple days, Pirate was once again releasing a summary of the drama, and here's how he characterized it this time.
Would you care to elaborate on what's going on? I have no idea and feel lost.
Sure. A bunch of people were really pissed off that I played World of Warcraft Hardcore, and I was blamed entirely for a ban pull. Basically, the tank over pulled 2 packs in the boss. We all played like dog shit. Going from there on, the druid butt pulled another pack on the way out. The call was made to run. I ran, and I ran further than other people wanted to, and then the call was made to not run. So I didn't run back in. And there was, at that point, it felt like there was no reason to run back in. At that point, I didn't want to. And that's it. And it's spiraled out of control into this kind of like hate brigade all over the internet, where people have told us to kill ourselves. They've tried to get me banned in the game, tried to get me banned on like Twitch. They've tried to get me banned from the guild, and it's just kind of disgusting. And I don't really give a shit about it. So at this point, we just have the mods banning. Everybody's talking about it pretty much anywhere.
Notice how the story becomes vaguer and vaguer with each retelling? Nobody blamed him entirely for a bad pull. Responsibility is used out once again by saying, we all played bad. He relies on the shot caller again, only when it's convenient. And of course, now those who disagree with him are a hate brigade, intent on destroying him, getting him banned from OnlyFans, getting him banned from Twitch. It's all about how much of a victim he is. Speaking of OnlyFans, it's at this point that Pirate escalates by turning on his own game.
I think it sours the way that I feel about many of the creators inside of this, because there's a number of them.
Why are you listening to this dog talking? I always hated him, and now finally people started hating on him to fucking hate him.
No, it's like let me show you. I have to put it to a restream chat. Stream chat.
HTTPS YouTube Zigmedview. There you go. Lot of people talking.
Not just him, it's like a lot of people giving their opinions.
And that shows me that it's a lot of disingenuous bad actors in there. Content is causing drama and problems. There's a lot of streamers actually in this guild that want to cause problems specifically with me, and have even
so it's good for listening, you know.
Saying that they want
it's like how low a person can go to blame shift others.
If the guild you're in is actually full of antagonistic people who just want to farm you, I can see why Pirate is like, he isn't named names, but the next day, Pirate did this time.
Because they wanted to do double them, triple them, quadruple them. They wanted to have a villain, they wanted to have an enemy, fight that shit. They would have sent death to people. Because they've got to understand. Because this guild has turned into a content guild built on hate, not a content guild built on
yes, it is.
Because they're freaking monsters.
OnlyFans is a guild built on hate, built by monsters. He's still in the guild.
I feel stronger.
We're on day 4 of an event that should not have even been an event, and now he's throwing everyone under the fucking bus. It should come to nobody's surprise that Sodapoppin decided to simply kick Pirate Soccer from the guild, saying that most people now feel uncomfortable playing with him around, and that the stream clips from that day basically seal the deal.
I actually am the one.
Rift incursion.
Because I saw the I will take responsibility. I saw the post on LSF. Or well, someone linked it to me. One of my friends was like, "Dude, this guy."
By the way, this game has like raids, you know, where you go to kill the bosses. It's literally better than WoW. You know, smaller game, but still.
I literally was like, "We gotta talk to this guy. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on with him, but he can't be active in this." And then Chance was like, "Yo, let's get rid of him." I was like, "Okay."
Pirate stupidly responded with, "Cool way to handle it, guys. Dude, did you not just call them fucking monsters?"
Congrats on the win. I didn't win. I didn't win.
Is this game always PvP BTW or half and half?
You can set it to PvE only.
In fact, during that same stream where
it's PvP/PvE.
And even though it's been just 1 day since the summer, the story has worked again.
And a lot of it was from the road who was bitching the entire time and every goddamn thing that was going on except for his own play. But the mage is the one at fault because the mage is the hero class and the mage has to do everything perfectly. Everyone like
you can make a public server, I guess, and make like all people like
a bad route through the entirety of the
you have to like draw players to play it. Make a PC that hosts a server like 24/7. So basically, I'm hosting like a private session, which anybody with a password can join.
The only person who didn't was the killer.
This time, Yamato is directly thrown under the bus. Pirate says that he was expected to be perfect. He directly blames Ozzy for pulling weird for the entirety of the event, even though they're not that far into it. And once again, nobody should be surprised when Sodapoppin said others felt uncomfortable around Pirate. He was just putting everyone and anyone on blast. Further proof of this, during the final night of Pirate being in the guild, he couldn't even find anyone to run dungeons with, because nobody wanted to deal with this bullshit.
Yeah, so they say. Heads up, I'm going to drop off the Fiery Enchant. Big Tex is here, so we're ready on this end. We need... You said there's 2 other groups already.
You can specialize yourself to play any weapon you can, to be like a melee, range, even like a support healer, necromancer, vampire.
But it wasn't just the only thing that Pirate laughed out at. He basically targeted everyone. He began to
I haven't played on PvP servers, but the magic system is really good, like the passive abilities also.
I just banned and reported him. We've been doing bans across the Twitch channel.
Like,
we've been doing badge reports up to
this
Twitch.
shit is pretty end game, and it's really good. Also the gem system,
he characterized this as organizing hate raids,
which changes drastically how your shit works.
What is Against TOS is organizing hate raids on the platform, which is what a number of these other content creators have done live on stream while admitting that they're doing it specifically for content, that they're doing it so that they want to cause beef.
I will assert my will.
Come horse, let's go.
And how to position themselves to cause those types of arguments to happen. Since it was all done live on stream, we've reported that to Twitch.
Once again, he's painting all criticism and all mockery with the brush of the worst minority of people who are actually sending him threats. The threats are obviously unacceptable, but calling this a hate raid is some ridiculous fucking cope. There's also an unconfirmed claim floating around that Pirate's flagging campaign spread onto YouTube as well. Joker D had his video on this whole
So this made my Iron Run very simple.
He shat all over Pirate the previous day.
Because I made the base here.
I honestly fuck Pirate software. Like straight up, bro, this dude is a complete fraud. At least in the WoW space, I don't care if he worked for fucking Blizzard. The guy probably made fucking coffee for some devs. I don't even believe for a second he coded anything in this game. I don't like, dude. Not even at all. All right, bro. Guy probably fucking was interning there for a week. I'm not gonna believe a word that comes out of his mouth. I don't give a fuck.
Storage
now, while
for...
this is something that Pirate's clearly capable of doing, based on everything else we've seen, I couldn't verify that he was actually responsible for this. So take it with a grain of salt. Pirate dropped a second public statement after getting G-kicked. The first few paragraphs are just recaps of what's happened so far. So let's jump ahead to the new stuff.
The next few days was just tens of thousands of messages berating me, sending death threats, doxing, and all kinds of shit. It's happened on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Reddit, Discord, and over VoIP-initiated phone calls all at the same time. So what do you do in this situation? You start reporting it and banning people. We took the 10,000 attack accounts and reported them up for the organized hate raid that this is. It disrupted our broadcast on all platforms for the last 3 days, prevented our community from doing anything. That's a hate raid, no matter how you slice it, and it needs to be reported. We also set up automation to shut down the first message, last message shit-stirring posts, which worked to mostly positive effect. Despite all this, I kept running with the guild and kept doing dungeons with people. Got my UBRS key, had runs that were fun, and had some clutch moments as well. And during an UBRS run, another creator in the group shit-talked me the entire run and spoke many times about wanting to start a fight with me over voice for content. I was pissed about this and said bluntly to the community that I would be reporting anyone who does things like this. Not just anyone covering the situation, anyone specifically targeting me to make content out of it by directly disrupting our broadcast.
Finally.
The idea that you shouldn't fight back or do anything to defend yourself is absurd. Absolutely do something about shit like this. Defend yourself and report that kind of behavior. It doesn't matter what size of creator you are, that doesn't belong on any of these platforms. This was posed as a content guild, which to me meant we were crafting stories and narratives around our characters' achievements, not content at any cost, which this clearly has become.
Okay, what is this, a sextuple down? I've lost track at this point. But additionally, he said that there was a specific streamer in an Upper Blackrock Spire run whose aim was to beef with him for content. Well, you're kicked out now, dude. The bridges are all burnt. Why not just name the guy? Let us know who the snake is. Or maybe it's more convenient to keep him vague and unnamed, so the on-stream accusation of the entire guild is this way kind of sticks a little bit better. In fact, when confronted about it the next day on Twitter, this is day 5 now, Pirate said this.
I never did that, actually. I reported one screamer reply for over an hour discussing how best to fight me over comms for content. Everyone spiraled that out with half-clipped
my money bags.
It seemed like I was going after everyone. No one even stopped to ask because the internet doesn't give a shit about reality.
So I'll be honest with you, this isn't exactly entirely clear. The tweet that Pirate's replying to has been lost to time, but the context of what's being said here sounds like there really was only one member of OnlyFans who was actively antagonistic towards Pirate for content purposes, and that he was live on Twitch and he admitted this, so Pirate reported his channel to Twitch. When Pirate said earlier that he was going after Twitch streamers who were organizing hate raids, did that also only refer to just this one guy? Maybe this is why you got G-kicked, Pirate, because you took one dude who was an OnlyFans who wanted to start public fights with him in order to grow his channel, and then said that not only everyone in OnlyFans, but everyone who was talking about you on their channels on the internet were all cut from the same cloth as him. Maybe this is why you've earned everyone's ire.
Dobro
Maybe
jutro.
you're only full of shit, and you're just making it all come out as a worse victim, and to give you an excuse to try to flag down channels that are critical of you. Or maybe this is the most terminal case of a streamer getting one guide that I've ever fucking seen in my life. Anyway, this probably doesn't come as a surprise, but after getting completely and utterly raped out of the community, Pirate decides that hardcore WoW is just not for him.
Joe now poslu.
Be playing hardcore WoW in stream. Don't give a shit about any of this stuff. If you came here to like talk about it, or wanted to think it's part of the soap opera, but it's not part of the game. I'm not going to I'm just going to do it. Yeah, I'm not going to make my own.
That is pretty much the end.
Spremajtank posel da CFamo parmiva. Oko H.
Would eventually go on to enjoy their own lives. Ozzy, despite tanking the race, would eventually die. on to stream games. Unsurprisingly, he took the whole thing to cleanest. While leveling his new druid, he got some gifts from positive builders, and he repeatedly expressed his
Come
desire
here,
to
bitch.
not be harassed over the thing. He also said the best way to make everything right would be to, after he hit max level again, get the original 5 people back together and run the Iron Ball conflict. However, when Snoopy went to ask Pirate about it, he discovered he had been blocked and banned on everything.
Ask Pirate to rerun it, Iron Ball, dude, I would love to, but I'm banned in his chat. I never typed anything there, and I was gonna tune in 2 days ago, and I was banned there. But dude, the best ending for this whole thing is, yeah, us going back in again.
He's still
Okay,
playing
so
Warcraft,
good.
just doing his own thing with
Let's
the
look.
But the funniest ending of all has to be Yamato's. During a Molten Core raid, yes, these guys are insane enough to run fucking 40
Zapravo,
games on
razlog
hardcore
zašto
servers.
sam u stvari
Tyler
nisi
One was
ti.
tanking the boss at Baron
Jer
Geddon.
prošli put sam
Geddon
ustao u
was
7:30, to je bila
doing
greška, ništa
bomb
nisam
on
radio u
Now we're
V-Risingu.
doing another big
A
analysis.
ako sam
This
ustao
one,
ranije,
promise
uspeo
it's
sam bar nešto da
Living
napravim.
Bomb, Dead Man's dealing with 5200 fire. The main target is the target up. Normally, he would run away from a person who has been bombed, while the others would keep him knocked up. But instead, Tyler made this one. Let's bomb! They killed him! They killed him! Finish him! No one finish him! Finish! No one finish him! So yeah, they got the boss down. Tyler fucking exploded. 5 other guys were there. What makes this really fun is that Tyler started to go back and watch the stream of everyone who was in the raid who ran away and ignored his call to walk in. You know what? Who did he discover rotating out? Yamato. Damn, Yamato, I understand you fighting out. How are you guys running? I literally saved you from certain death. If you want 100% shield, run the f away. Bro, maybe I'm just built like we're smiling? Are we like embarrassed? Is that what that is? Are we serious, by the way? Yeah, Mr. Of course Pirate ran away. He values his character over yours. That's totally normal. It's going to get a lot more. Love to see it.
Like that, like a lot of people are going to be harassed by T1 viewers and roaches and all other bullshit. It's actually a little fuck up. And it sucks. I guess maybe Tyler's ego is hurt. He says he accepted some responsibility, but I mean, fuck. I guess it's so close to dying. It's so close. But like, I just don't, he's just not taking a human factor. It's annoying me.
Afterward, Tyler wanted to punish him by having him do a 25 versus 1 in Jirabashi Arena, a place where people can actually kill each other in PvP. But Yamato actually survived it by cheesing the whole thing using layering, which is this technical server thing. Basically, when the game has too many people in one location, the server places them on different layers, where they might be in the same place, but they can't actually interact with each other unless they're in the same group. And everyone came out to watch this event, so the arena was packed. Anyway, the guild completely fell apart a few months later after Blizzard's servers got DDoSed while they were in the middle of the raid, and most of them died.
I'm dead. Where's Alcor?
I don't know.
Oh, fuck.
Am I dead?
Try character on
I got back in, guys. I'm dead. Dracula, you're dead. I'm sorry.
He's just killing people in the lair right now.
Simon, you're dead.
Blizzard decided to revive them since it was clearly not their fault, but it happened again.
So we're not able to raid. We're clearly being targeted, which sucks. I don't know what this means on the horizon if we're not able to play. We tried yesterday, we canceled it, we tried today, immediately got, fucked on the first boss pull. So long term, guys, I don't know what this means.
Well, didn't Microsoft buy this company?
And when it became apparent there was a dedicated troll team, specifically timing their DDoS, coincided with the biggest OnlyFans streamers coming online, most people just stopped playing or caring. Sailor Moon, which leaves us with Pirate Software himself. Now, there is a ton of other rumors about this time, far beyond anything to do with Warcraft. What he actually did at Blizzard, how he faked certain reactions, how he faked certain parts of his game streams, where all the money went for his unfinished indie project, his copyright claim against the indie developer who made fun of him in his game, some weird stuff on Kiwi Farms about him and his ferrets. I'm not saying any of this stuff is true, but there is an insanely deep rabbit hole, one which we will have to explore over time. And, to his credit, he's already directed pretty much all of these in his video titled Anything for Content, which is his attempt to address every single one of his controversies in one location. Except, he brings up OnlyFans exactly 0 times throughout the whole thing. Insofar as Warcraft is concerned, the Pirate Software story is of a man who built up a reputation of being a top-tier player, but none of it actually amounted to anything. He might talk a lot, but in the moment, Pirate fucking failed. Some people were saying that he smugly allowed his team to die because he was an arrogant prick. No, I don't think there's enough evidence to make that declaration. But I do think it's reasonable to say that he talked a big game, but when it came time to execute, and rather than just admit instead, he continuously denied and deflected any responsibility for crimes. Pirates repeated them to cause the conversation to quickly shift away from Warcraft, centering it squarely on his own character. The drama was carried on far longer than it needed to, solely because Pirate Software couldn't take the L. Couldn't be just a little bit humble. Couldn't display even a shred of charitability towards other people when they suffered in part due to his actions. I'm not saying this excuses whatever legitimate threats Pirate may receive, and I'm not saying Pirate is solely to blame for everything. I'm saying that Pirate could have avoided calling down thousands of angry people on his head by simply giving the other side of the argument an inch of space, just a breath. That's all that was needed. A simple sorry, but his ego didn't allow him to do it. And as a result, he's basically completely destroyed his reputation. His community is maybe 1/4 of the size it used to be. His former fans generally express feelings of betrayal and disappointment because they really used to trust him, and this event was the mask-off moment that ruined it all. The story of Pirate Software, ultimately, is a lesson in the art of humility. Oh, what? You think the video was over? I mean, that did sound like a good place to stop. We brought the story down pat, and the characters have their conclusion, moral difficulties. There's a nice little bow wrapped around the whole thing. However, no, we are surprisingly not the end. Let's talk about the elephant. Well, it's really not an elephant, since I doubt the elephant is missing from the book. The dire mall run that kicked all this off took place January 12th, 2005, meaning this is 4 months of drama since the release of this video. The majority of this video's script, until this section, was written back when this dropped, and it didn't part of the release that I mentioned at the start of the video. We didn't begin editing until March. By that point, we already know the whole story, but frankly, I had so much fun making this video, I still wanted to try and finish it. When April came along, and the Trudeau video became more pressing for obvious reasons, and eventually at some point I realized just how late I was this time, and I started wondering, is this even worth talking about anymore? And as if the gods had heard my prayers, Pirate Software came back into the limelight once again.
God be praised.
And you know what? What happens next is pretty much the linchpin of the entire story, meaning it actually worked out pretty well, that my trademark dev lateness got in the way. Yes, I know it was actually random chance, just let me have this, okay? Meet Dr. K. He's a YouTuber, streamer, and psychiatrist whose whole thing is basically live streaming therapy sessions. For legal reasons, he doesn't call what he does therapy, especially after one of his most high-profile guests, Wreckful, killed himself months after the streams, and Dr. K received a formal reprimand from the Massachusetts Board of Registration in Medicine for what he'd been doing. So officially, these aren't therapy sessions, and what he says cannot be considered medical advice, but they're basically live-stream therapy sessions. On May 2nd, 2025, Dr. K streamed what he called an honest conversation with Pirate Software. And now that it's been months since the original OnlyFans drama, what do you think Pirate has to say about it? Well, he actually begins not with Warcraft, but with his ferret rescue operation.
I recently have actually been dealing with the ferret rescue, so I guess we should start with that.
Okay.
We had, and this kind of ties back to Room 2, so we had 2 deaths in the rescue this last week, which is rough, you know, and like, I've been going through that through like the last couple of them, but the last one really messed me up because it was Ghost, and Ghost is she was one of the first rescue ferrets, and this animal was like physically abused badly. A couple of weeks ago, she was coughing, and we turned out to see a Hodgkin like hyper-aggressive cancer.
Now this is sad, sure, but the cynical part of it is we spent the first 10 minutes of this call talking about the ferrets to the viewer and me, okay? And then he gives another retelling of the original event. Keep in mind it's been months now, so let's see how much it's further been the story over time.
You got people really pissed off. Warcraft is on January. Okay. Bad because I ran out of a dungeon. So we're doing this dungeon, and the call was made to run, but it's kind of before that because we did the dungeon before that, and we failed. And it was like, oh shit, everybody's running, everyone's freaking out, and we all made that run on that one. So we decided to go back in. Probably shouldn't have done that. When you have a group that falls apart like that, you probably shouldn't do it again. But we went back in, and on this one, a poll was made that was way too big. We weren't ready for it, and then all of us, like every single one of us did, including me. And I talked about it online for it. But there was a pinnacle moment where one of the guys said, run, run, run. So we all ran. because you're letting a guy be a shot caller. And then as I ran, he goes, "Why are you running to me?" And I'm like,
Hi
could be a
Kiri.
dick right now and be
Welcome to my channel.
Hello, Kiri.
Lurking.
like, reflect that. What are you talking about? And I was like, "What do you want me to do?"
Oh no.
And I tried to make like kind of a light
Like a really big mob.
And these people are chatting. So for over 100 days, you're out of resources. And the thing that's crazy about it is, tying back into Gary's thing, when Ghost littered with comments, oh my god, that's the shit that I'm getting at, you know? Because these aren't people that give a shit about work. They're not people that give a shit about stuff. They're not people that care about any of this stuff. They just want to do it. And they're doing everything they possibly can to do that in the most vicious and fucked up way I've ever seen. And it is thousands. It is not a small number. It's thousands. And I get this shit every day. And then there's people that come in and they go, "Oh, it's so funny. I just said mayonnaise. Check." It's like, yeah. We banned 50,000 people. 50,000 people so long for that. And about 14,000
They love it.
It's that big of a deal. It's like, dude, this is crazy. It's been going on for over 100 days.
There's this effect where, months after you've done something bad, and you've got some distance from the situation, you can simultaneously downplay the event as something that happened long ago, so why do you still care? While also admitting a bit more that you were actually at fault, because it was so long ago, and it doesn't matter who you are now. Pirate's actually doing this here. He did admit more than he says he could have done it. He was just having an irritation response. He was being smug on the mic, smug on the camera, but he also openly downplayed the event, and he says, "It's been over 100 days and I'm still getting harassed." It sounds like he simply wants the drama to stop, because the spoiler, Bash hasn't stopped this entire time. He actually does see trolls regularly create his shit, roach memes, and mana generators, even though it's fucking May at this point, and this happened back in January. Usually trolls
Brother, this guy's something.
You know what? Regardless of what Pirate did or didn't do, it's obviously going to be exhausting to have the same shit derail what you're doing 4 months later. However, my sympathy is still kinda limited when you explicitly tie in the ferret sob story in order to make yourself look even more like a victim.
People they've absorbed into their personality that they need to kill me by whatever means, right? And when I say kill, I mean it. Like, I've gotten swatted over this. I've had weird phone calls to my phone where they're trying to like set me up to try to get me arrested and all kinds of shit. I've had death threats, thousands of death threats over this, which is just insane. It's weird, man. Like, I've never seen this kind of vitriol over something that's just so not a big deal, and for such a long period of time too.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious. So first of all, that sounds insane.
It is.
Like, you know, I've certainly seen that there are people who. I don't think people on the internet realize how much power they have to really mess up something. So there's a perception that, okay, if you're like successful or famous, that I don't know if that makes sense. It's like almost like the things that you have going well in life are in the same detail as your psychological attacks. But that's not how it works.
Again, it's true with them. Just not working any death threats over it. But at this point, Pirate has stopped posting examples, so they're now I'm not saying explicitly that he's lying. We did see examples of this before, and clearly the internet is capable of doing this sort of stuff. But we're basically taking Pirate at his word that it is as bad as he's saying. In my opinion, he's probably overblown, since we've also seen him do that too. But I do think that at least some of it is probably actually happening.
There's no way in my mind that you deserve what is happening to you, because I don't believe that someone getting death threats is warranted for anything that happens in World of Warcraft. I just don't think that that's like, I cannot envision a scenario in which those 2 points get connected. And at the same time,
I do understand the route that it carried though, and I can't explain that anyway.
Yeah, so that's because I think that like the nerve that what I'm getting is it struck a nerve. You really pissed a lot of people off. And running away in a hardcore wipe, like a hardcore raid that is wiping, I do not think is the nerve that's struck. Does that make sense?
No, it was the fact that I was smug on the way out. Because I made the comment that I made was made with a smug effect, right? Because like that point was like, the group had already wiped us. We were in the process of wiping the group. And I'm like, dude, like, everybody who's involved in this is smug. Why are you calling out me specifically? I'm gonna make a smug comment. And I told him, dude, this is just this guy's fault. It's just my fault. Shouldn't have made a smug comment. No, obviously. But the response for this to be 100 days of this and all these crazy allegations being made against me, doesn't make sense.
This exchange is interesting because it shows that Pirate at least has a bit of awareness that this isn't really about the fact he fucked up the video. It's about how he treated his teammates, how he came off the TV. But this "I was smug" is like a needle in a giant haystack of explanations and excuses and what other people did. And Dr. K immediately picks up and says wrong.
Yeah, so I know this is gonna sound weird, Dor, but like I'm getting some missing qualities here. Have you heard that phrase? So, you know what missing means? The missing reason?
The phrase missing reasons refers to missing reasons that are, well, being messy. In other words, there is a variable in the equation that is currently unidentified. And while by the Pirate does not even recognize the variable is missing from the conversation, and a person is actually missing the necessary perception to notice that there is an absence. That is a missing reason.
I think that something about what you're describing feels like there's a chunk that's missing. So I totally
bend to my will.
Timeline-wise.
Okay.
I guess it's hard to describe each individual piece. So the event inside of that dungeon happened. Then afterwards, I got brought into a call with the person who called me out. I left the call because he was shouting over me, and I was like, I don't want to deal with this. I'm not going to have a fight with you. I don't want to deal with it. And I left. So that kind of made that more, and then content creators started to make a big deal about it. I started to receive death threats in the game from other players, and I said on stream, I'm going to start reporting people for doing this shit. I'm going to go after them. That got clipped, sent out onto the internet, and then when people sent that out on the internet, they tried to say that I was going after other streamers, when in reality I was going after the people who were sending me death threats, and the only streamers that were reported were ones that had done things like said on stream, I'm going to go to Pirate Software's community and harass him because I think it's good. So live on stream, which is not too bad. And I don't think that's a wrong thing to report. So they put that one, and this page got spread on the live stream fail, and all these little pieces out of context.
Wow, catch the shoot right in front of our eyes. Ears, I guess. Pirate was brought into a call. The passive tone makes it sound like he wasn't a willing participant. He got 10 times the amount of airtime from Yamato. And then he apparently left the call because Yamato was shouting over him. When it was Yamato's time to talk, and it was Pirate doing the shouting, this is unreal. However, he also noticed that only 2 or 3 streamers were actually directly targeting him using the Twitch platform.
I just banned him. We've been doing bans across the Twitch channel. We've been doing batch reports on Twitch. We've been taking all this, documenting all the content creators that are going on. Like, all of that shit is documented.
Which aligns with what I said earlier, that he's just painting everyone with the brush of those worst elements.
Because this guild is turned into a content guild built on hate, not a content guild built on experiences. Because they're freaking monsters.
Listen, Pirate, how is it that OnlyFans was somehow a guild based on hate, when by your own admission here, it was like a couple of guys max doing this? Dr. K's detail on this is actually pretty good.
How do you understand why people keep showing you?
Oh my god.
You're saying it's happening constantly, right? You're saying that
it happens when we talk about it, it happens when we don't talk about it. This is every day. It's just more right now because we talk about it.
Right. So I understand that it happens every day. It sounds like it's like awful. I don't think you deserve this. At the same time, I think that if we want to, we can try to understand it. So let's say that you do something, right? Let's say you take an action in life. And the response, would you agree that the response that you are getting is disproportionate to the actions that you've taken?
I would absolutely agree with that, yeah.
Okay. So let's...
I mean, I was right. It doesn't matter.
I am listening every heart.
Okay. So I'm going to start by... Huh?
I don't think it's disproportionate on an individual level, to be clear. I think each person individually that responds to that, just that they're the only one responding with it, or that they don't feel like it's that. It's just one person that they don't understand.
So let's start with a couple of like really basic things. So the first is, I do not believe this is a judgment that I'm making. You're welcome to disagree, but I think the majority of people who are on the internet, I would hope, can agree that something that happens on a stream involving a hardcore raid does not warrant a death threat. That's my first axiom. Okay? The second thing is that even if we think you're an asshole, that the amount of psychological punishment you are experiencing is, at this point, sufficient. So, I would encourage everyone who is watching this, listening to this, if it gets clipped out of context, and I think this could reshape real quick. Please, as well as disseminating information about this conversation, please include this part, which is that we're all human beings who do the best, generally speaking, that we can. Do people make mistakes? Absolutely. Are you allowed to get mad at them? Absolutely. Should you do death threats? No. But also, I want everyone who is a hater on the internet to really stop for a second and think about what the hate does to you. Right? Like, you're hurting another human being, but like, for what purpose? Like, I think it's just kind of, it doesn't make the world a better place. I know that in the moment you feel like, oh, I want to put someone in their place. Like, you know, like he needs to be taught that he needs to talk to you and say, oh my god, like, you did this. And I understand those feelings. I'm not even saying that those feelings are wrong. But also, like, I don't know how to say this, like, you know, it's just a bit much. I don't think it's actually helpful in the long run. You guys are doing all this crap to Thor. It's not clear to me that he understands why you're doing it. The main goal that I have here is to try to offer some potential, because I don't know if I'm right here, okay? Some potential insight into the gap between what happened to you and the response that you received. So the first thing is that this is disproportionate, right? So what they're responding to is something in here. In between your actions, like here's your actions, and then there's some kind of equation that maybe has a, let's call it a multiplier, and then over here we end up with harassment. So if we look at it, right, so there's your actions, and then there's like various amplifying effects that result in the level of harassment that you use, right? Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, let's like toss in, like there's another variable here which is like there's another variable here which is like momentum.
Oh, brother.
There's another variable here which is like content creator popping off. Content reactions, right? So each of these things has an amplifying effect. Agreed?
Yeah.
So let me ask you, in your gut, do you think that this plus these things is sufficient to explain, not say that it's justified, but explain what you are going through?
I don't think so. Because I think the internet would have given up about it.
I completely agree. So I think there's a big variable.
It's too long-lived.
There's a big variable. You've tapped into something that people really don't like.
Not gonna lie, I often think this way myself, with regards to adding up variables and stuff. It's probably the autism. So actually seeing it laid out is pretty cool. Pirate doesn't really seem to understand where he's being led in this conversation. The missing variable that Dr. K identifies is pretty clear to all of us, but Pirate just isn't getting it. Now maybe Pirate does actually get it, and he's just lying to Dr. K in order to keep deflecting. Or maybe he's lying because it's a live stream. He doesn't want the audience to see. Or maybe he's lying to himself, where he knows that if he just had some inspection, he could see what's going on, but it's too painful, so he looks away. He could know if he wanted. Or maybe he's completely incapable of knowing. Maybe he lacks the ability to self-perceive. In that case, he's not lying, he's just incorrect. If it actually is that last one, that's pretty spooky, because it points to Pirate possibly lacking a fundamental human quality of being able to understand things you disagree with, put yourself in somebody else's shoes. You can't perceive the values or the rationale of the people that you're opposed to, in at least an attempt to be objective. You're gonna have a bad time, especially if you're in Pirate Software's position.
I said, hey, I'm noticing something about your narrative, and what was your answer?
That I was like deflecting.
What do you mean?
It's unless you're writing something.
No, we were just talking. I said, hey, I'm noticing something about your narrative, and then you said what?
Yeah. That I was like deflecting or trying to push off blame onto somebody else.
Veins of the mortal realm, reveal
yes.
yourselves.
And then what did you say after that?
I don't remember.
Okay. So then what you said is, the reason I'm doing it is because I'm anxious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, 100%.
Right? I'm worried.
There we go.
Right? So the interesting thing is that, like, you're doing something really interesting, which is that, like, you provide a very logical reason, which is very compassion-inducing for why you are doing the thing that you're doing. Right? So, like, who in their right mind, when you say, yeah, the narrative that I'm creating is because I'm afraid for my physical well-being, like, how is that challengeable? It's 100%.
Yeah.
So I think what you are doing is something that is, I don't know what word to use, has a negative valence to it. You're doing something that's bad, and the way that you respond to it makes it unchallengeable.
It may not sound like it, because that's just Dr. K's voice. I'm not sure if Pirate thinks he's being agreed with here or what, but this is actually extremely confrontational. What Dr. K is saying is Pirate's defense of his actions is designed to be compassionate in a way that he can't actually be challenged. When people say, Pirate, fuck up, accountability, Pirate says, well, I've been sent to death. I'm being harassed. How dare you ask me to get going now? If you challenge that, well, you feel like an asshole, because he is the one being sent death threats, and that only serves to further the flames. This is actually a tactic that narcissists, abusers, and manipulators commonly employ, known as frame control. Now, it's not unique to those types of people. We've all done this at one point or other in our lives, but they tend to rely on it routinely as one of their go-to tricks. Frame control basically means to make other people perceive a situation the way that you do, by setting up the parameters of the conversation such that they are fun. What makes frame control insidious is that at first glance it looks like normal behavior, and oftentimes it's not actually that bad, at least individually, but it's only after being on the receiving end of it many times that people begin to intuitively feel like there's something wrong going on. Here's an example. Assume you have a girlfriend, and assume that you don't want her to hang out with her platonic male friends anymore, because deep down, you're jealous. Even if she would never actually cheat on you, and even if you never admit the real reasoning to yourself, jealousy is what is motivating, and so you want to control it. There's several ways to do it, some of them more negative than others. You could be honest and simply straightforward and say, I don't want you to hang out with your guys. I don't like it. I'm your boyfriend now. This isn't really even manipulative. It's just you drawing a line in the sand, even if others might think it's unreasonable. You could also make excuses, like every time she's going to hang out with her friends, you suddenly just so happen to come down with things and ask her to stay in there. It could be where you actually just stop her from going out, or you beat her when she does. And then, frame so more advanced nuclear tactic. In this case, the arguments you give for your control over her are extremely altruistic. You might say, oh, I'm just so worried about her this bad guy, or I just don't want you to get assaulted. Don't worry about that. It's when you frame your control over her as being benevolent and actually in line with her interests. This makes it extremely difficult for her to challenge you for several reasons. One, now she's the bad guy for spreading what is presented to her as caring actions, which any good boyfriend would do. Two, when an actual fight happens down the line, it becomes completely impossible to actually bring anything bad to be done, because all of your actions are framed as positive. Three, if she was actually going to challenge any of this, the only real way to do it is a direct
Make Shiv. Welcome to my channel.
I don't think you're looking out for your interests. I think you're manipulating. And you know what? That's actually what I'm saying to somebody like and most importantly, any one individual instance may not actually be abusive at all, making it very hard to detect.
Okay.
Frame control is so tough to deal with because it is fully context dependent. What may be considered deceitful or manipulative in one relationship may be entirely what both people want in a different relationship with completely different boundaries. Sometimes one person does actually just want to be guided or managed by another in some relationships. What's abusive for you might not be abusive for them. And sometimes people may not even know that they're doing it. It's a defense mechanism for them. And sometimes one person controlling the frame is actually completely appropriate for that specific situation, and it's not being deployed to abuse others. Basically, frame control has to be navigated on a case basis. There's no hard and fast rules. When you experience it, you get it. Going back to the software, his relationship with his fans is presumably not romantic, but frame control can apply to all relationships. including parasocial ones. What Dr. K is saying is that Pirate's defensive controls the frame of the conversation such that no one can actually challenge his position or expect accountability from him without feeling bad at the time. Because Pirate's a victim. Oh, it only makes people angry.
So if I'm pissed and you take away my reason to be pissed, what do I do?
You get pissed, more pissed.
Absolutely. So how?
So you're saying that basically it's creating a bunch of shit, and then like having a situation, talking about it, and showing like, hey, this is what's going on. It's created a scenario where people are more angry because they don't have a thing. They don't have a way of getting it.
So I think that is the first step to it, right? So there's something that there's something that people. Deflecting is maybe a good word. There's something that you're deflecting that triggers people to like, because they're not getting what they want.
This is very interesting, because although Dr. K never even says the phrase frame control in his conversation, even though I'm very sure it's a term I picked up one of the psych classes, he's clearly getting it. What he's saying is, there's even manipulative ways to apologize, where the apology serves to be a friend, returning to the abusive boyfriend. Your girlfriend may demand an apology, and you might say something like, okay, I'm sorry for being manipulative, but I love you, I'm sorry for caring so much. I'm sorry I tried to keep you away from your friends, but I was just worried about you. What's actually being apologized for? Caring too much? That's not what she wants. She wants an apology for the bad action of keeping her away from her friends. But buried within this apology is a justification. When you justify your actions in an apology, you're no longer apologizing for the actions themselves. You're apologizing for the justification that led to the actions. And if that justification is framed as otherwise good, then receiving an apology makes you feel bad. Again, even though the relationship is parasocial and not romantic, this is what parasocial is.
I'm noticing that like the way that you accept responsibility is like 1% of what your narrative is. So you say that you were smart. Yeah. Right? And I think that feels like a tiny, tiny, tiny part of your narrative.
I think it's only a tiny part of the narrative because it's being flat. It's the normal story, right?
Sure.
So it's hard to make it clear in the story. But yeah, I think
it sounds to me like, and like now I think it's something that's like
normal piece of shit.
I don't know what better word to say. I think it's not the flashpoint. I think it's the fuel.
Okay.
So I
think that was a catalyst for something.
I think this sounds judgmental, but I think the way that you responded in that moment, so you said early on, you made some kind of like joke, right? Where you, like someone said run, and then you said, I don't want to piss them off.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a joke instead of saying, bro, I ran because you told me to run. You remember when you said that?
Yeah.
So I think that there's like little things that you're doing that, so if I made the call to run and then you ran and then I was like, bro, why are you running? And then you say you made the call to run. How is that, why would you not say that? Right, like the reason I'm doing this is because I was listening.
Yeah, no, legitimately, that's the one thing, and I've talked about this before, is like if I would have just turned around and be like, you told me, if I would have just said that, I feel like this whole thing.
So I think that the interesting thing here is that I suspect that there are a dozen other things like that.
It's amazing how Dr. K knows exactly what's going on, even though he only heard Umbrella an hour ago, and he's only heard the Pirate software side of it. And additionally, he's able to directly say stuff like this without massively pissing Pirate off. Dr. K is saying that Pirate is deflecting by focusing on the drama farmers who hopped onto the story, while completely failing to do any sort of analysis of his own behavior. This is a direct rebuke of Pirate's character, and I'm not even sure he sees it.
For 7 years, like, yeah, and I'm proud of it. So of course I'm proud of it, because it gives context to other things around the games. I think sometimes the things that I talk about are those types of things
gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
I don't see it.
Brother.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, double charm.
You're wrong. Right? I'm right. So you're subjectively, you're thinking you have blind spots. You're wrong. Like, I'm objective and you're subjective. This is not the way it's perceived. This is really the way it is.
I said this earlier, but if Pirate isn't lying here, if you actually can't see this, he's missing some core human factor, which is probably what Yamato was picking up on like an hour earlier in the video when he called Pirate sociopathic.
If we were to code statements as subjective or objective. Okay?
Okay.
Like, so coding a subjective statement is, let's say like, so I'll just give you an example. You know, why are people getting mad at you? Or you said something about, you know, I rely on proof. So if I were to code that...
It doesn't mean you don't.
I know.
I feel like somebody could take it that way.
No, I'm not. So if we were to code that gets objective, gets coded as objective. Right? That's the objective thing.
Okay. Sure.
So here's the thing. I feel like this is unfair.
Okay.
Have you said that at any point over this conversation?
I feel like I have said that because I was talking about the response is not proportional.
There we go. That's hold on. That isn't the response is not proportional. That is not a statement of subjectivity. That is a statement of fact. Do you understand how I'm coding it?
I guess I could see that. I mean, like, that's me making an objective statement when I guess somebody else would say, no, it is proportional, you deserve this sort of thing. I guess the thing is I just don't agree with that stance, so I state it the way that I do, right, with that, and I don't know if that's wrong.
That's an insane admission. Did you catch that? Pirate just said he knows that he's giving subjective positions, but when he argues, he states them as objective because he agrees with them. I actually think this more definitively points to an inability to understand what he means. Like, Pirate can't actually adopt the viewpoint of others, even if he disagrees with them. Of course, I understand that in the moment people generally can't do this. Everyone's heated, everyone's arguing, feelings are hurt, whatever. This is 4 months on. Pirate still can't reflect back and see it from their point of view. It takes a while to get there, and I do recommend going and watching the full stream, because the whole thing is this fascinating, articulate, methodical dismantling of all of Pirate's excuses and defenses. But Dr. J eventually reaches the point where Pirate has nothing left in his hand to play, and he simply rejects the path forward outright.
And it could be just like, it's like a perceptual thing, because the way that you're talking is making people more upset. Which doesn't mean that you're wrong, it's just like, the way that I'm communicating is ineffective at resolving this issue. So, a simple thing, and I'm not saying that you should do this, but I'm curious about this, is I've noticed that you tend to be incomplete. I've noticed that you tend to be incomplete with your answers. So when I look at that X thread, right, you try really hard, you do great job, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened. Have you ever tried to be incomplete with the smugness? Just talk about the smugness. Incomplete with the whole story and just focus on that.
Can I move?
Like not give any context whatsoever?
Yeah. Let's say yes. I don't think that's a bit of hyperbole, but
just an emotional response?
No, just say, hey guys. So basically, you know, when you tell me, you start with like, I made a mistake, everyone makes mistakes, I was small. And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that. Okay. I have like an immediate, emotionally angry response against that. Because it feels like
Please.
It feels like that's too long, didn't read, I don't need all those words, when few words can do it. That, I hate that shit. Like, I super hate that kind of communication of like, there's a lot of people that say like, oh, you should just say my bad, guys. No, that does not in any way explain the situation. That doesn't tell you any information that is real. It is hand-waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened and disingenuous to the people that are involved. I feel like to do that would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off.
For most people, it's very hard to apologize without adding in their rationale, because people like to tell their stories. They want to justify what they did, because doing so absolves them of some of the guilt of the apology. There is a huge difference between, I'm sorry I snapped at you, you were just bugging me so much and I was already pissed off from work and you drove me crazy, versus, I'm sorry I snapped at you. Maybe it is actually the case that your girlfriend did bug you a lot and work really did piss you off. And there are appropriate times to solve those problems, but that time isn't this conversation when you're apologizing for what you did. Having a good reason to do a bad action may be understandable. It may even be justifiable, but it's almost always better to not do the bad action in the first place. Whether people can word it or not, most people can't, Yamato kinda could. This is the core problem. What people want from Pirate is accountability. What Pirate is offering isn't accountability, it's justification. It's self-absolution.
There's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way.
To me.
There's something about the way that you talk that seems dismissive. So I'll tell you where that.
No, I agree with that.
Right. So
No,
it's like, I made a mistake. We all made mistakes.
Okay.
Right. So there's something about your sentence construction. It's like, oh yeah, Thor, I'm sorry I cheated on you, bro. I really do love you. You know, we both have flaws in this marriage. Like, do you see what that? We're not married, but you see what I mean?
Now that you've cheated on me.
Yeah. So there's something, and I don't think, and this is what's so tricky is like I don't think you're wrong. Like I don't, and what we got from you. Yeah.
I don't even know if the word. It doesn't feel like a lie. It feels like
appeasement.
It feels like appeasement for the sake of appeasement.
Yeah.
It feels like they're asking for something that they know is not real, and I'd be giving them something that we both know is not real for the sake of giving something that's not real. They stop being bad.
Yeah. So I think I think the key thing there is I was trying to figure out what won me over when you said that. And I've been curious, like how chat reacts to that as well. I'm not looking. I don't think you should, but because I think that's what people are missing is like when you, and this is what I think makes you great, is when you actually, your best content is not when you're logical. Your best content is when you're emotional. And the logic supports you, like there's logic there, but you're like, no, I'm not willing to do that. Could I do that? Absolutely. I just don't think that's right. I think that this is like a stupid fucking appeasement world. I'm not going to be like all of the other streamers who post bullshit apology videos for the sake of appeasement and virtue signaling. I think that I kind of fucked up. I'm not done. This is a fucking hardcore round. People die in hardcore rounds. Like, I think it's making fun of another mage or something like that too. Like I saw some post about that. I don't know if that's true or not true, but look, and like, but like that's fine, right? Like, I mean, I play Dota like not as much as I would like to anymore, and I gotta play Expedition 33. But when I play an online video game, especially in an MMORPG where tensions are high, I'm gonna blame my teammates. I'm gonna blame my teammates. I do it all the time, right? And if I say something like that, it feels dismissive. But something about what you just said, you're like, this is the line in the sand that I'm drawing. I've tried my best. I admit I have blind spots. Some of this stuff is a disconnect for me. I think you got to really work on that. Right? So I'm thinking about what that actually looks like. But I really think that something about the way that you construct your sentences is objective on one hand, but I think it's also, I think it can be both. I think it's objective, and I think there's a little bit too much dismissal. It feels that way when I listen to you.
talking to this person, what I'm trying to get across is this realistic side. This is what I saw from my side. It's not me trying to cast blame away from the scene. It's going, no, we all fucked up. That's the reality of the situation. We all fucked up. And I think what people want is they want me to go, no, it's my bad. But my bad is not.
So sure.
To do that, because it feels...
Yeah.
It feels like I'm being asked to give bullshit for the sake of giving bullshit, so that other people can be like, oh, I love this bullshit. We're cool now because we both realize that we both bullshitted each other in this situation. It's not real. None of that is real. It's handled.
If Pirate could understand other people, he would already know this. Everyone gets that you have your reasons for doing what you did, obviously. Why would you do it otherwise? Discussing the reasons isn't what people want to hear from you. You're offering justifications when people want accountability, and you're getting frustrated when they receive the justifications and they don't interpret it as accountability. You guys get what I'm saying here? I don't know if I'm making any sense. I'm kind of fine by the scene. If we really want to get into the weeds, offering a justification while you take accountability isn't something bad, even though I'm kind of representing it that way this whole time.
There's no
when
space
people
in my
want to be
inventory.
apologized to, whether they know it or not, what they're asking is for you to confirm their mental model of you in their head. All human communication is, on some level, psychological modeling. For example, I've got a model of Naomi in my head, built with my various experiences with her over the years. When I want to talk to her, I check what I want to say by feeding it into the Naomi model I've built. And from the model, I receive my best estimation on how the real Naomi will respond if I actually say this. We all do this constantly, anytime we talk to anybody else. It's a split-second thing you don't even perceive as happening. And if you really want to know, when I receive a reply from you, the model Naomi in my head has to somehow construct a model dev inside of its head that is as close as possible to the model dev inside of Naomi's head, and then compare its output to what the real Naomi actually told me, in order to try and understand what the real Naomi thinks that I'm thinking during this conversation. It's models all the way down. So, when somebody feels as if they're owed an apology, what's actually happening is, they have a model of a person in their head, built up with various experiences together, and that model is telling them, this interaction was a mistake. It wasn't malicious. For example, let's say again that you get home from work and you're tired, and then you snap at your girlfriend. When she wants an apology for that, her model of you is saying, I didn't mean it, and so she's looking for a similar statement to come from the real you. There's a few different ways to approach this conversation. You could do the standard good boyfriend thing, which is to basically say, listen, I know I snapped at you earlier, you didn't deserve that, I'm sorry. And then there's the standard bad boyfriend thing, which is to basically say, listen, I know I snapped at you earlier, you didn't deserve that, but I just got home from work, I was tired, work sucked, my boss sucked, I was just at the end of my rope. The first thing I deal with when I get home is you in my face, and I just snapped. I'm sorry. Now, this is an apology, and everything in it is factually correct. When your GF takes this response and gives it to her model, what she's going to receive from that model is basically a confirmation that although you did it, this problem will keep happening, because the reason behind the problem isn't going to go away. Now, how bad of a situation this is depends on a whole bunch of other factors, including how unreasonably the girlfriend was acting in this situation too. But if we assume that she was actually fine, this bad boyfriend apology is basically saying, I'm sorry this happened, but if the variables line up the same way again, I will do the same thing. And don't make this a gender conversation. This functions exactly the same way if you put the GF and the GF. The first apology is good. The second apology can range from okay to extremely manipulative, based on a whole bunch of factors, but it's generally just bad. The third type of apology is when you offer the underlying reason like the second one, but you actually do something positive with it. So that would sound something like, listen, I know I snapped at you earlier, you didn't deserve that, I just got home from work, I was tired, work sucked, my boss sucked, I was just at the end of my rope. In the future, unless it's an emergency or something, when I get home, I'm gonna need like a half-hour alone to decompress or something, in order to make sure this doesn't happen again. This is the difference between bringing up reasons to diagnose a problem and fix it, versus bringing up reasons to excuse a problem, which then sets the stage for it to happen again. So, when people feel as if they're owed an apology from Pirate software, the same thing's playing out. The experiences that built the model are parasocial, but it functions the same way. The Pirate model in their heads returns an output that says, this was a mistake. I wouldn't know what to do because I'm a good guy. I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't happen again. And people then turn to the real Pirate software and compare his actual response with their Pirate model estimate. The problem is that the real Pirate software isn't giving a response that's anywhere close to the commonly estimated response by most people. He isn't saying, oh my bad, that was a mistake. In fact, he's aggressively rejecting that option. This is a problem because of a mistake. Then it can happen again. And if it can happen again, then people's model of Pirate are substantially different. And if those models need to be updated, it changes how those people view Pirate. And because of the nature of this event, the direction of that change is significantly more negative than previously. It sounds weird, but some, not all, but some, of the hate that Pirate is receiving isn't actually malicious, at least not from the point of view of those who are sending it. Instead, it's desperate. They're begging him to be the person they thought he was, and not the person he's beginning to appear to be. And when they finally accept who he is, it's a bitter pill to swallow. They characterize it as going mask off, because the feeling of having to radically change your model of a person feels like that person is removing a mask and showing you their true self. Even if they're not actually doing that and it's been present the whole time, you just haven't seen it.
Let's assume for a moment that you are a narcissist.
Okay, that's
Okay.
gonna get close.
I know. But it's like, I think this is really where the money is. And this is not just about you, this is about everybody, myself included. I run this exercise with myself all the time. If a narcissist goes through the process that you go through, they will end up in the same place. I didn't know they did that, but yes. Okay. So like that's the problem that you're dealing with. And it's
See,
not.
I don't know that.
Huh?
That's for me. I didn't know that.
Yes. Right. So think about that. Right. Like that's the problem. And,
My
and this
bags
is
are
the problem. Is like I don't know if this makes like that's the problem. Is that if I listen to you, are you someone who is objective, who has done like all the like is your representation thorough and objective, or is this the construction of a narcissistic mind that's just defending itself and things like that?
And this is why so many people have been calling him just that, a narcissist. Not because Dr. K told them to, far from it, but because if a narcissist runs down the same logic that Pirate ran down, they would arrive at the same place. Even if we don't know the language of this stuff, it's something that most of us know intuitively, which is why most of them react to that kind of work similar. However, it is important to not see the Pirate as simply a narcissist. That's it. Like, but Dr. K pointed out that all of us have done this before. That's true. I'm sure if you think back, honestly, you can point out most of them where, even if you were actually correct and morally right and all the rest of it, you doubled down repeatedly and pissed people off, and unnecessarily made things worse for yourself, regardless of the facts. I know that's certainly true for me.
The thing that I would encourage you to do for everything I do is assume for a moment that you're a narcissist. And think about, if I'm narcissistic, what would I be missing? Right? Like, even, so I'm trying to think of an example. So I recently had an interpersonal conflict where I felt hurt by someone close to me. Okay? And as I was thinking through all the things that this person has done wrong to me, I stopped for a second and I was like, am I just being a little bitch? Am I just there? Like, what are all of the examples? Am I just glossing over all of the stuff that they do right? Am I ignoring all of the stuff that I do wrong? Am I ignoring when this person lets me down? What is my contribution to this system in which I am disappointed? So these are
that seems normal to me.
Okay, good. Yeah. But I think a lot of times when we feel hurt, we're not. We don't do that. Right. Okay, cool. I think that's great. I mean, if you're already doing that, that's awesome.
Pirate Software says in this conversation that he does, in fact, do all of this stuff, but I don't really believe him. In fact, earlier in the conversation, he said he doesn't think about himself all that much, so nah, I don't buy it.
The main thing then that I would encourage you to really think about is like this disconnect. And what's the variable in there? And what I would strongly encourage that you do is that variable is going to be divided into two portions. One is that the amplification, the disconnect, the question mark of this situation. You understand what I'm saying? Or not really?
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm kind of understanding, but I think it's hard for me to understand how I'm supposed to respond to that if the requirement for the response is you need to make it incomplete and dumb it down and hand wave it. That makes me feel like I'm just lying to people.
No. I think your response to when I said, what do you think about that? Your response to that kind of won me over. I don't think you should do that. So now what we're talking about is for anyone who's in a situation where I behave in a certain way, the world responds to me in this way, and there's a gap between those two things. This is the scenario that I'm talking about. So in that scenario, what's the question mark? What's the amplifier? So there are certain things that we can attribute to things outside of you. So people have parasocial relationships, people are projecting, people don't like me, whatever. Like, people are upset, they whatever. There's all the stuff that they do, and then there's all the stuff that you do. And this is where I think it's hard, but I think a really good example of what came out of today, which makes me feel okay, is when I'm direct, other people think I'm evasive. I think those are the kinds of nuggets that I have seen transform lives and literally save lives.
It's just funny because I've had effectively the same conversation with moderation. It was like, I use the same terminology. It's like, that feels like idiocracy. I don't feel like dumbing down my language and just being dishonest about it to hand wave it makes sense. And I feel greasy doing that.
I know I'm doing my own armchair psychologizing now, but I personally believe the reason Pirate says he feels greasy, feels like he's lying, when he's asked to section off all of the unreasonable things other people have done, set those aside, and then take accountability for what he has done independently of his good reasons for doing it, is that basically, deep down, he doesn't actually feel like he's done anything wrong. Not in terms of gameplay. That's a more objective conversation. You can always analyze a play in any game and figure out where something went wrong. But in terms of his social interactions, that is what he's getting flack for, and he wants that flack to stop. I don't blame him. But the people giving him the flack thinks he did something bad, while truthfully, he doesn't actually think he did. That's this man. And he pretty much confirms my view of him when he says that the idea of apologizing for this was a lie from his point of view.
So, like, don't dumb things down, be authentic. But there's also a way, because like fundamentally this is an issue of communication. It's an issue of understanding. It's an issue of getting your point across, arguably listening to other people's. And so that is a skill. It is an art form. There's a way to do it well and do it good. Now, what a lot of people do, which I think is bad, which I really appreciate you standing up against, is dumbing things down, virtue signaling, pro form an apology.
Like I hate it too. I hate the idea of here's my ukulele sad YouTube video.
Yep. I hate it too. So my point is that if we look at like,
there's no space.
You know, like,
and I feel like that's what I was being asked to do, and I'm like, no, here's how I see it. They're good.
Yeah. So my point is that somewhere between the pro forma apology and what comes out of your mouth, there's going to be something in the middle there, which is an adaptation of what you do, which feels authentic, feels truthful, feels complete, and there's literally something about the way that you talk, where if I close you talk, that's the way I know how to put it, it's kind of like there's a theme of what feels like a lack of accountability from a listener's perspective. I don't think you're not taking accountability, objectively. But what I'm saying is that the limbic circuits of my brain, the emotional circuits of my brain, when I hear you talk, it feels like you're leaving something out. It feels somehow incomplete or unbalanced. And I know that's a very difficult problem for you to solve.
Dr. K is assuming that Pirate's not lying to him in this conversation, and maybe he's not. Maybe he actually believes all the false things he said. But since we have all the context, we can easily identify what Dr. K is picking up on. He's assuming Pirate's problem is tone and messaging, and it partially is, for sure. But another big part of it is that Pirate keeps framing the story in such a way that his own responsibility is minimized, and anyone who knows the full story can see exactly how. It's in how he uses specific passive phrases to position himself as a victim of circumstance, getting swept away by this deluge of hate. But we know he's been an active participant since day one.
It's not a pro forma apology, but it is also thinking about the way that you make statements that rubs people the wrong way. And then the other interesting thing that I really have to encourage you to think about is it hard for you to see a different way to use your words? Because in your mind, you're only able to see things one way.
The way that I put that up, the way that I put out messaging like that, especially public messaging, the internet will find any chink to try to unravel it into saying liar and saying. So what I try to do is I go, okay, so instead of putting the ego first on this and being like, I did the best thing, or I did the worst thing, or being in emotional platitudes for this kind of shit or virtue signal for it, I just go, here's everything that happened from my perspective, and that's my story.
Okay, you ready for the mindfuck? You said that what you put out, people will try to find the chink in the armor, right?
They're gonna do anything.
No, they're not gonna do it. The way that you put things out makes them want to find the chink in the armor.
It doesn't make sense.
I know.
That sounds, to me, sounds obsessive. It's I need it, like there's a necessity to find a problem when there isn't one.
No, I think you're missing the point. The way that you communicate information, the way that you speak, makes people want to find the chink in the armor because people communicate. I know it's hard, man. It's wild. It's crazy. I'm with you.
When Pirate hears that statement, it's this incredulous look on his face that makes me personally believe it's more likely that he's a narcissist than he is lacking in self-awareness. I have no way to actually back that up. This is just my own intuition. Don't take this factor. This is the look of a person who does not want to swallow the medicine, but not only is it face because he doesn't actually
something about the way that you present yourself, which, by the way, went away when you got pissed off about when I was like, what do you think about just being a company? You're like, fuck that. I was in your corner. But here's the thing, the way that you talk, because why do I want to poke you in the armor? Because of your logic? No, because of your emotions. That reflex, this is what you gotta understand, Thor. That reflex comes from the emotional energy that you're sending and the emotional energy that they're receiving.
If you've ever looked into real narcissism, not, using the word on the internet as an insult, but the psychology of narcissism, one thing that you know is that when narcissists go to therapy, it's not because they want to actually do something about themselves. It's because they want to give off the appearance that they're trying to change, because that helps them stave off criticism and dissent. And that is the vibe that I get from his behavior in this conversation. He's constantly looking off screen at his own chat room. He's constantly typing things to others in Discord. He's not really paying attention half the time. He's certainly not telling the full story of how things went down. He did give up some ground, make some admissions, but nothing truly substantive. And when they finally drilled down to the core issue, Pirate's facade finally dropped, and he reacted with hatred at the idea that he simply just say he's sorry for what he did. In the end, either Pirate Software is just a narcissist, which is possible, and that explanation pretty much perfectly explains everything that we've seen today, or Pirate Software is a poor communicator, especially when it comes to emotional stuff, and he completely lacks the ability to put himself in other people's shoes, which is one component of narcissism anyway, though without the other parts, he may be able to develop this sort of skill over time. I don't know. Either way, though, his inability to reflect after 4 months means that this event probably wasn't the result of a mistake or a massive but rather the behavior he exhibited accurately reflects the quality of his character, and that is the kill shot on Pirate. Metaphorically speaking, this isn't a threat. The true purpose of an apology is to actually show your quality of character, so that the aggrieved party is not only assured that you're taking steps to not do the thing again, but more importantly that you are the person they think you are. And with Pirate, whether it's due to narcissism, or a huge ego, or low emotional intelligence, whatever, he catastrophically failed on both counts, to the point that if he ever actually rehabs his image, it's going to take a very, very long time. If you're someone who doesn't commonly watch me, and you're only here because YouTube shoved this video in front of your face, first, thanks YouTube, and thanks to you for clicking on it. But second, the last bit of this video is completely unrelated to Pirate Software. If that drama and analysis is what you're here for, it's done. You can bow out now if you like. You don't have to, but this won't be all that interesting to you. If you're someone who's been following me for a while, especially if you're, let's say, not so fond of me, though this probably applies at least in part to people who like me too, a lot of this video probably sounds familiar. You probably had a light bulb go off in your head a bunch of times. Don't worry, it's not just you. That same bulb was going off in my head long before I even started this project. For example, you could replace Pirate's name with Lion in this section of the script, and it matches up with my own dramas in some ways, doesn't it? I'm not blind to it. A long time ago, I did a video on a similar topic, the ego of content creators. In that video, I talked about Total Biscuit turning on his audience during the whole Our Trap's Gay thing from like 2017, where someone who attended his convention asked a panelist, Jesse Cox, Our Trap's Gay as a joke.
Yo, in the back. What up, dude? So, me and a couple friends were having a discussion about this at the bar last night. Our Trap's Gay. What? Our Trap's Gay. No, genuine question.
The crowd laughed, but Jesse and Total Biscuit were offended at this blatant homophobia and transphobia, so they kicked the guy out of the event. This caused a huge internet backlash, people viewing these guys as egotistical YouTubers who were getting triggered by jokes and refusing to listen to their fans. In that video, I said something like, I value those people who give me their limited time, who watch my videos, instead of somebody else's with those free moments of theirs, because that's what keeps me going. And that's all true. I also said that if I ever got too big of a chip on my shoulder in the future, people should send me a link to this video and remind me of what I lost. And ever since my various dramas, I have certainly had some people link that video to me in DMs. Fair enough, good point. I'm nowhere near the size of Pirate Software. My drama certainly hasn't spilled out across the internet like his has. But nonetheless, just as Dr. K laid some of the blame at Pirate's feet with that equation, you can certainly do the same with me. Yes, some of my haters are just deranged or parasocial. Yes, some of them feel betrayed, unreasonably so, when I walked away from Sargon's D&D campaign and that whole friend group, after how he and others treated both myself and Rags. Yes, some of them are just drama farmers, who want to believe the worst interpretations of me because it's funny, crafted by other creators, even if those interpretations are provably false. And yes, some of them think that I'm a traitor to the right wing for making anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, and anti-rightist content, even though I still also make anti-leftist content too, and I've called myself a political moderate for like a decade now. That list there are the, let's say, false reasons to hate me. And just so we're absolutely crystal clear, prepare to update your models of me if you need to, guys. I am, in fact, explicitly providing justifications for me to do each of these things again in the future. In the future, I will, once again, if necessary, walk away from friends who treat me poorly. And if that means that I lose viewers, so be it. In the future, I will make more anti-right-wing content, because I was never on the right. My politics videos over the years have always had me caveating by saying I was never pro-Trump, I was never pro-right. I was critiquing the left for its excesses. And just as I plan to continue critiquing the left, I also plan to continue critiquing the right. And if that causes me to lose viewers too, so be it. I know the majority of my remaining viewers are more right-wing than I am, so if you view this as betrayal, then you just have not been paying attention to who I am. However, with that list of justifications now laid out, with those exceptions now put into place, with those caveats now defined, let's put them aside for a bit. In those instances beyond that list, there are absolutely times where, whether I was right or wrong factually, I stupidly stuck my foot in my mouth. I made things way worse for me than they needed to be. I let people down with how belligerent I've been. I turned being correct into an ego thing. It's very easy for me to hand wave that and say, you know, everyone does that. YouTubers and streamers all have a big ego. They all sometimes get triggered by the audience and double down in the moment. Because that is a true statement. We all do this. But that doesn't excuse the fact that it's still wrong. That I still do it sometimes when I shouldn't. There's a moment from this drama that I just couldn't find the clip for anymore, where Pirate Software says he won't apologize because he thinks he's correct on the facts. And to apologize solely to placate people is weak. It won't actually satisfy anyone. In fact, some people will attack him harder for apologizing. So he's just not going to do it. I'm sorry I can't actually pull that up for you guys. Maybe some of you remember the clip from back in January, but it doesn't actually matter that much. The thing is, Pirate is partially correct here. If you truly think you're right, especially on factual matters, you shouldn't apologize. And there are absolutely groups of people who will use your apology as a go sign to double down on their attacks. The 2010s are littered with the old SJW internet harassment campaigns, where retarded leftoids dogpile people on Twitter and do purity spirals and all the rest of it. I've spoken about those events many times on my channel, and they're all pretty gross. But what Pirate failed to understand is that regardless of the facts of the matter, sometimes people do just feel slighted because you used being factually correct as a justification to treat them poorly. Pirate did this many times, and either he fails to recognize it, or he just doesn't care. Either way, this dynamic is part of his decline. And, though I'm ashamed to admit it, I've done this at times as well. So, if you and I have ever disagreed over the facts of what's written in a book, or a court case, or what happened during some historical event, well, I believe my positions because I think they're factually accurate. Evidence that shows they're not factually accurate can move me on these questions, and it has many times in the past. So if I've given a take that you disagree with, we probably still disagree on the facts, but the facts have nothing to do with the belligerence. There are, unfortunately, many people for whom used my correctness to justify treating them like shit. And if you're one of them listening to this, if at some point I've ever argued with you on Twitter, or in Discord, or in Arch's stream chat, or whatever, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that, and I have no excuse for it. Doubly so if I later found out that you were also right on the facts. All I can do is try to be better in the future. My intention has always been to debate disagreements in a healthy way. That doesn't mean the limitless, free speech extremist position that I demonstrated in that Total Biscuit video, because through trial and error I discovered that actually doesn't work when you're trying to govern an online community, since there's always going to be some people who abuse your goodwill. But many people think that now that I've been burned by bad actors, I've now swung too far in the other direction from that. I think that's true. I'm gonna mull it over some more and figure out what the best path forward is, because I absolutely do not want people who disagree with me to feel like they can't voice those disagreements in a civil, constructive manner. That doesn't mean I'll let you walk all over me, but I don't want you to fear me either. Now, as for that list of justifications, the situations to which they do actually apply, I intend to talk about in great detail on this channel in the near future. That is probably something you want to stick around for and check out for yourself. However, unlike Pirate Software, I am fully aware, and I have been for a long time, that those justifications do not cover all of the blowback I've received. And with regards to the blowback they don't cover, even if we disagree in the facts of an event, and whether you believe me or not, I actually am sorry that I allowed dealing with shitheads to color how I dealt with everyone, and I will make some changes to how I do things to ensure that I more cleanly divide good faith criticism from bad faith actors. Regardless of circumstances, regardless of good reasons or justifications, I still fucked up, and I'm sorry. And if you don't accept that apology, I also completely understand. Anyway, that's the end of the video. Thanks for being here and watching to the end. I've got a rough timeline of how I want my upcoming larger projects to go, and if you know anything about me, you probably already know what's coming down the pipe in the next little while. And if you don't, well, enjoy the surprise, I guess. Also, I'm sure you noticed that I relied on more Monty Python clips in this video than normal. That's because I have Monty Python on the brain, since it was just the 50th anniversary of Holy Grail. If you want to see Naomi and I chat about it, click the link on screen, and I'll see you over there. Anyway, thanks for sticking with me, guys, despite everything, and I will see you next time. Have a good one. I love you.
This will not work. I cannot build here.
Hello again, welcome back to the live channel. Today I become a thief. Simulator. In Thief Simulator. You see, I've built up a bit of debt after spending my life savings on the ultra-rare Mao Zedong Funko Pop, and the only way I can pay off my debt is to steal. Jewelry, phones, toasters, pots, pans, your kidneys, cars, you name it, and I will sneak into your house in the dead of night and take it from you. As always, this was streamed on my Twitch and YouTube, so, legume, resume. So, first things first, the tutorial. Picking up a crowbar, getting a call from my good pal Vinny, breaking and entering, getting another call from Vinny, burglarizing a house, Vinny's calling again, shitting in this man's shoes, running back to my car with the goods, and driving to the safe house. So, with the basics more or less down, it was time to move on to more elaborate thievery. Greenview 103. This house has a package that Vinny would like me to acquire. Problem is, this guy lives here. But using my sneaky thief senses and this handy tennis schedule, I found out that he leaves the house at 12 PM. So I hopped in my car, slept until 12, and snuck in.
Is anybody home?
No, no one's home. Okay, now we lockpick this bitch. Very good. Shoes, Jordans. Can't steal the Jordans. Unrealistic game. Steal his old TV. Gonna need to take this. And then here's our box. Okay, we're just gonna load the TV up into this car. What an incredible heist. Just crease them. Dude, what if you were known as the nighttime Jordan creaser and you just went around in people's houses, broke in, went like on their shoes?
Vinny, I'm going to shit on your pillow and steal your wife and kids if you call again.
Vinny is gonna call again, so you better be ready to back that up. There he is! Vinny!
If it ain't broke, fix it with a crowbar. Word on the street is the toilet in Greenview 113 is not broke.
I need to go break a toilet. This is fucking awesome. Game of the year. I get to break toilets. I go in, I take a huge shit, it breaks the toilet. Victory. Okay. Lockpicking level 3. I need there's probably an alternate entrance somewhere. This. We're in the backyard. Aha! Okay. Ooh, this is a nicer house than the last two that I've been in. Shoes. Crease those. Shit in their pants.
Oh.
Shit in their pants. Oh my god, this house is huge.
The great struggle of our time has come. The ultimate junction of democracy's fate. The battle for Super Earth.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Yes.
Repeat. Helldivers.
Super Earth prevails.
The enemy has corrupted our metropolis long enough. We must take it back.
Requesting tag pack! Requesting advanced weaponry! Calling down supplies! Calling down more weapons! Requesting advanced weaponry! Follow me! Tagging map, west, 200 meters.
Ah, so we need to dismantle the ships, okay?
Requesting sentry. Follow me.
Mother cock.
Their lives were in ours. Requesting orbital! Requesting orbital! Requesting sentry! Orbital inbound! Requesting air support! Calling in reinforcements!
Just follow me. I'll show you. I destroyed 3 of them.
Calling down a
Calling down a sentry!
northeast. North. Glowing supply beacon. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Sending in an eagle!
Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters. Northeast. 100 meters. Tagging map. West.
We need to dismantle faster, like they're gonna overrun us. That's the problem. He left. Nice. Fire.
Reinforcing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Follow me. Dropping a pin. North. 50 meters. Follow me.
Don't die, Rigro, don't die.
Calling in reinforcements.
Nope, we're not going there.
Calling out fortifications. Requesting sentry. Last reload. Out of ammo.
Wait. Wait, dude.
Illuminate, south.
Here they go.
Calling down a support weapon. Backpack inbound. Illuminate, west.
Go.
Here. Affirmative. Tagging map, northeast, 100 meters.
You just ignore the normal enemies and focus on destroying ships, and that's it, we won. Yep.
Tagging map, north, 100 meters. Quit! Pelican 1 is ready to pick up. Shuttle inbound. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Fuck off.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
We have failed the citizens of this great city.
Break their toilet? I can do that. I can certainly do that. I have a whole printer. I can take the printer. I'm gonna take the printer. Dude, I am loading the fuck up. This is the big ass printer. I've jocked their shit. Alright, let's go. Let's leave. Vinny!
No hawk your loot at the pawn shop.
Hawks.
You'll need empty.
Hawk my loot. Okay. Most items at the pawn shop are only worth a couple of bucks, but larger specialty items can be worth a lot more. $270 for the printer. Oh my god. I might be the richest man alive. I can then use this cash to buy
Well, either kick me or left. I guess I can start.
for the next job.
Evo ga Slav.
O, dobro jutro.
Tuga.
Taman, brate, da ti napišem poruku.
Tuga. Kikovali su me.
Palim Twitch,
Previše sam ih kritikovao. Previše sam ih kritikovao. Ljudi su ušli u osmicu, znači rasturili su ih alieni. Ginuli su kao nobovi.
A ja sad igram 8 čovječe i ide okej da ti kažem.
Pa
Dobro,
ide
upadne
okej
loša ekipa.
ako je ekipa loša onda se ubiješ. Znaš.
Otprilike.
Trčkaro sam okolo kao indijanac, ovaj moj čovjek stoji, ja mu kucam poruku what's the plan? On kaže I have no idea.
Oh my god.
Znači ja ga gledam stoji, gleda u zid, razumeš 30 sekundi, ovi se bore u miru, on stoji
Super Earth is under attack.
No, ne reforce, ja sam mrtav, gledam šta radi, ne radi ništa.
Ilija, samo da vidim generalni izveštaj. Pao je grad 1, siguran sam, bio sam...
Pa nemoguće da nije.
Jeste, pao je 1, sigurno, pa sinoć sam gledao ispod 1% je bila odbrana i ja sam, brate, gruo 2 sata i izlazim ispod 0,5%, mora da je pao 1 grad.
Jeste,
vidi globalno,
Eagle Polis, ja mislim da je to Brazil su oteli. Ili tako nešto.
To je okej. Pa dobro, ta dva fronta su... Jeste, Eagle Polis je pao.
Piše ti gledo koliko gradova je pod našom kontrolom. Samo jedan je pao, to nije opasno.
Da, samo. Za početak. I da vidim, molim te, samo Major Order, pošto ovdje mi malo kasni taj tvoj stream. Šta kaže, na koliko procenata smo i koliko imamo, još 3,5 sata? Šta kaže?
Kako ja da znam da si ti tu ako nisi tu?
Sine,
A?
to će mi teško. Pa ja sam ti rekao, 1,2 fazonu po sat vremena, kako sam ti rekao, procenata da radimo.
Ma ne može.
To bi uspjećemo.
Ja moram vidjeti na poslu. Evo poslu.
Hellpods Prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Evo, pravim pljugicu.
Repel invasion fleet.
Orbit synchronized.
Morate se
Uglavnom,
čekati.
za divno čudo,
X Collector,
dobri randomi su mi
welcome to
padali
my
za sad.
channel.
Bilo je i loših, ali većinom dobar.
Čovjek level 12, ovaj level 46, niko level 100 nema, znaš sve neki novi igrači, jao.
Novi, ja.
Pa ne znam kako da opišem, novi, ja sam igrao 300 sati, igru bio sam 40 level, zašto sam igrao na level 3-4 misije. I otključao sam bio sve upgrade za brod, iako sam bio mali level, ali sam bar znao ono osnovnu igru. A ovi ljudi ulaze na osmicu, znači vidim znači uđe bez onoga, kako se zove, boostera. Ne uzme booster nikako. Znači nema.
Ozbiljno. Ima i toga.
Ma nema.
Svašta jebote. Ma ne znam, to su novi igrači, brate. Brdo ljudi čak i preko 50. levela ne znaju neke osnovne stvari, razumeš? Što se igre tiče. Ne znaju ljudi. Da. Hi there.
Hellpod launch suspended.
Vidim da ćeš da kupiš novi DLC za Dark Tide, jel tako?
Pa najverovatnije da hoće, da. Ako budem imao s kim da igram, volio bi malo da igramo i ovaj event, brate, i to je novo. Ali neću sad i ovo
da igramo event dok ne bude
prioritet.
update, to će biti, ja mislim, sutra. 23.
Ne bre, krenuo je update, juče, brate. Ma juče krenuo event, bre, čoveče.
Jesam, nisu stavili još taj novi DLC. A, to ti je za neku
nisu stavili novu klasu, brate. Klasa će da bude 23.
Možda budem igrao sutra. Opet mi nešto rotiraju smenu. I u ponedeljak radim ujutro. Samo što su se zajebali, zato što po nekakvom njihovom planu ja bi trebao da radim i nedelju veče, znaš.
Dobro.
I onda to ti spada, završavam nedelju veče.
Da.
I radim onda, posle nedelje veče radim ponedeljak ujutro. To ti je da ne izlazim iz firme. 16 sati, po toj njihovoj logici. Glupoj.
Brate.
I onda je rekao posle, pa dobro, kaže, slobodan si. Još se meni tiče slobodan si nedelju veče na ponedeljak. Kaže, ne moraš. Nije, ne moraš, ono kao, znaš. A kaže, gledat ću da ti oslobodim, kaže, ako bude mogao, zavisi od ljudi koji ima. Kako reče, da mi da slobodnu subotu večer nedelju, to ti sutra. Znači, ako bude kako treba, možda sutra, pek sutra. Ne, nećemo nazvica da napravimo ikakav pomak u Helldiverima, ali da.
Dobro da ti kažem.
Ajde, ulazi u kapsulu i ne preći.
Šta, ima vremena?
Znači ti ja, ulazi. Šta kaže Batman Robinu? Ulazi u taj Batmobil.
U taj Batmobil. Šta igramo? 20 minuta refill, aha, okej.
Treba da razbivamo brodove.
Ja, brate, znači, pusti me sad.
Ja te ne držim. Ja te ne držim.
ću s ovim. Imam skorčer, imam granate, brate, granite pistol, imam termit, sasvim dovoljno, premda su brodovi.
Treba ti mnogo granata. Ili torba, ili torba.
Pa evo vidiš, to je neki choice, će vidimo. Otvori sesiju, brate, da otvori kako god hoćeš.
Ne otvaram sesiju, nego čim se spustim bacam SOS. Tako, ne otvaram. Ne može svaki random idiot ući. Samo ljudi koji hoće da umru su dobrodošli. Da, umru su dobrodošli.
Pazi, nije loš ovaj port strategem za Stalwart. Dobar je, brate, za ovu siću Boraniju, kapiraš? Realno jeste. Pa evo što daju strategemove, brate. Bonus.
Fazon je što dosta jedinica kod Illuminata uopšte nema nikakav armor. Avion možda skineš sa Stalwartom, ne znaš?
Pa nisam.
Nisi znao, evo da ti kažem. I ona isto što ima 6000 health, ono debelo govno, ono isto ne ima 0 armora. Samo ima 6000 HP-a, pa se ti slikaj.
Da, 6000 HP-a, meatball.
Mid-sack. Ne razmišljam.
Polako, samo ti...
Valjda je to. Prošli put sam uzeo torbu s municijom, nije mi toliko trebala municija koliko mi je trebao taj mali robot da trči iza mene i samo da prska sa onom prskalicom. Dosta puta kad poprska one kako zove, oversire, one što nose palicu pucaju na tebe, kad ih poprska oni stanu i krenu da late u prazno. A prošli put, pošto nije bio niko sa mnom, ja sam trčao od jednog broda do drugog i bukvalno sam iskljupljao za sobom, na kraju sam ukao bio 4-5 njih.
Da ti kažem, ovi recimo robotić je meni fenomenalan za sitnu Boraniju i ove, što ti kažeš, disku kugle. Definitivno.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down support weapon.
Imamo 12 minuta, ali tako?
Da.
Odlično.
Ne skidamo ništa bez brodova, stalo izbjegavaš sam.
Da ću za početak lati se dimo dodatno dao, jel te, a?
Ako se boriš sa ovim podačem i glupostima, znači samo sebe usporavamo zato što ulaze non stop, a brodovi su prioritet. Ako ti previše brodova sleti na zemlji, ako previše brodova gubi.
Okej. Vidim deploy, 5 komada je deploy.
Ali mi moramo da širi, to je to. To je bio fazon da uzmeš auto i da s autom što brže što radiš.
Utreće biti. Sam sve koncept, cijelo
Momci za mnom, svi.
Marking location.
Beži, tu će vidiš 120 isto.
Neće tu biti ništa. Neće, nemoj da bacaš ništa. Bacaj kad ima dosta ništa. Ušini granatu unutra. Tako. Sledeći brod. Nazad.
Jo, Bože, izvinjamo se.
Chloe Anderson. Welcome to my channel.
Nekto bacio minigun, ubit će mi.
Nisam školovala.
Ne.
Ne. Bacio ti minigun da nam se najebe majke.
Vidiš ti ovo? Evo ja uzim. Ma kakvi, bude prođe.
Nisam školovala.
Vrći se nazad.
Vidim. Brate, jao, brat moj.
Calling down a sentry.
Još sam ovo pali.
Pa jebi ga. Šta da radimo? Ima 120 tamo.
Stižu još ovih pored nam.
Vidim, zato sam i bacio. Ima i kamara. Znači da bude tamo
i srpim par. Stop it.
Evo.
Pregazio me. Are you even watching? Joooo, reinforcu mi slabo. Znači, nemoj tebe da stavljam za ovo. Lezim kad to radi. Prvo što radim je baci se na zemlju reinforcu. A, ne mogu toliko daleko da odem, ali evo već, dobro. Već me pregazio robotom. A, baci to li. Laser meni, orbitalni laser i metar iza mene.
Znači, to je metar i meni na cooldown.
Kažem ti,
mogućnosti reinforce.
Kažem ti, pregađa me čovjek sa robotom. Naš čovjek. Znači, ponekad mislim da mi je lakše da igram sam.
Dropping a pin. South. 100 meters. Requesting sentry. Requesting air support.
Where is my shit?
You may.
Nema.
Marinijaki. Bravo, to vode je fino bravo. Tamo ima ovih harvestera pun kurac, bravo.
Ma ima i ovih meleđenika, vi što gađi sa izbukovanim. Evo ja trčim, oni gađu auto ispred mene, auto puca i mi dobro.
Bez nerviranje.
Nema nerviranje, znači sad sam bio okružen bukvalno, znaš. I bukvalno svu odbranu sam zermario, znači samo idem da uništim to što, zato sam prošli put. Znači ljudi su bukvalno... Kao botovi.
Calling down a sentry. Southwest. Marking man. West. 100 meters. Calling in reinforcements. Illuminate. Calling. Helldivers never die.
No, no, no. Oh no. Ne mogu se zemljeti stane. 5 njih trči oko mene, znaš ovih. Nekih meleđenici.
Da, mogu ti da se koliki sleti majku mogu.
Evo ovo. Drugo njih me gađa.
Marking location. Southwest. Illuminate. Illuminate. Northwest. Requesting advance. Requesting sentry. Requesting air support.
Familiju, što se kaže.
Orbital inbound. Requesting orbital. Requesting orbital. New mag. Illuminate. Southwest.
Familiju.
Kinuo sam jedan. Daj mi još jedan drugi. Taj. Još jedan.
Familiju.
New man! Illuminate, southwest. Marking location,
Još
northwest.
10 komada i to je to, brat moj.
Koliko? 9.
Illuminate, northwest.
Familiju. Super, sad je to jedno od gore.
Northwest, 100 meters.
Sad će neko da ga tiše.
Calling down a sentry!
Čuvaj ga, majmune.
Tagging location, north. Illuminate. Sending in an eagle! Tabby, west. Requesting illuminate. North.
Familiju ti je... Ne, nemam gdje. Dobro je, prebegao sam, ne znam kako, ali prebegao. Pusti.
Go.
Illuminate, northwest.
Atomski šmelap!
Illuminate, northwest.
Bravo.
Kao partizanski spomen.
Ide gas.
Requesting air support.
Može i tako.
One more.
Not today. Tagging map, southwest, 100 meters. Illuminate, west.
Watch for the fucking Leviathan. Guys.
Ide gas.
Vidi koliko njih ima samo dole na zemlji, vidi. Maj, bravo.
Requesting sentry.
Vidi ovi gadovi sa to tamo.
Lagan.
Lagan. Now kill them all.
Extraction shuttle inbound. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Heavy, northeast, 100 meters. Calling Altitude until Helldivers are within the extraction zone.
Marking extraction point, northeast.
Affirmative. We'll take it.
Affirmative. I'll take it. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. I ovo je lagano. I ovo je lagano.
Ako ljudi znaju da ne umiru, bitno je samo da ne umiru. Puno, ne moraš. I ja. Kupio sam usput vidjeti, jedno 5-6 ovih suplajeva sa amunicijom. Yep, very good.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted. Ending in an eagle. Marking location. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
This city will soon be a shining beacon of freedom once more.
Sad malo iskustvo s ovim, ali dobro. Ako te već gazi, beži od njega u pičku materinu.
Ma kak je, ovdje nije pojenta da se ti s njima boriš. Ako se boriš, gubiš vreme, zato što oni brodovi kad slete ima određeni tajmer koliko oni mogu da budu na zemlji, da počneš da gubiš ubrzano, ono kao skalu i kad se isprazni gotovo. Hej. Tako radi. Malo experience za ovo. 6 experience za ovoliko trčanje.
No dobro,
a dobro, uništavaš samo brodove, u suštini se izbjegao da se borimo.
Računa se kao kratka misija, 20 minuta, nije, da znaš, i onda verovatno je i u pola XP-a, realno. Ali jeste tako?
Znam, samo što ono...
Aj jebika, više provedeš na toj misiji nego misiju 40 minuta, realno.
I kad igraš Blitz na robotima i bubama, zatvori 4 grupe ili unešti 4 ona fabrikatora i izaći. I kraj. Ono. A kad su stavili...
Welcome back. Well done.
Hold on, guys. Our commander has gone mad.
Korčerica, mrale. Jaka priča. To, Sickle 16-icu, Double Edge ću da tek neki flamethrowerčić.
Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
98, još 2%. Brate, trebalo bi da uspemo za 3 sata, jebem mater.
Sat vremena.
Ma ajde, pusti nas.
Sred.
Čoveče bože.
Šta je ovdje misija?
Nemam pojma.
Destroy the warships, Blitz.
12. Oooo.
A isto što je prošli put.
Za slavu i spas Grand produkcije.
Za Sašu.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Treba da rokamo neke skulove, moram da vidim na ovaj event. I na kraju zadnjeg valjda 12. tira koliko već piše da treba sam da stavim na Discord, može se mi staviti. Koliko hiljada trebaš da rokneš, dobiješ 500 kila za in-game shop.
A to ti nije dovoljno,
Mada
to ti
ti
je fora. Možeš
znam.
guzicu da obreš.
Otprilike, da. Ali dobro.
Bitno je kao ve.
Da, baš to.
Taj što sam ja robil. Taj.
I ovaj. Smrt nesrećnim kučkinim sinovima. Smrt nesrećnicima.
Thanks.
Može da se evakuišemo.
Ne, imaj. Čekaj. Meni imaš još jedan brod.
Hey, how are you?
Northeast, 100 meters. Calling down a support weapon.
Snake Frost.
Requesting sentry. Orbital inbound. Illuminate, west. Calling down a sentry.
Gorite mamu u nesrećnu jebu. Oprem.
New mag.
Aha.
Affirmative. Supplies.
Chloe Anderson. Thanks for following.
Možda treba. Nemoj bre brate si mu pali, si normalno.
Calling in reinforcements.
You're welcome. Do you stream daily?
Outpost cleared. New mag.
Jel izlazimo, a?
Yes.
Heavy. Northeast, 50 meters.
A mislim, Slavko, završili smo, možemo završiti što više ovih.
Okej, whatever you want.
Reinforcing.
Već smo dobili medalje. We already got the medals.
I neko je našo
Ja,
super kredita.
ja, ovi drugi naši bez ja.
200 meters.
Na korec.
Ne, beži. To, dobar. Debelo govedo, trčka. Imamo tu levo i ovaj marinijat. Čekaj.
Brod mi sjep. Reinforce.
Da.
Fucking Leviathan.
Never mind. Support weapon.
Zato ne volim auto da nosim za ovo, znaš. To što kao voziš i samo te pukne na vateri.
Beži nazad 120 ste bačena vamo.
Okay.
Ili ja beži nazad. Samo ti je 120 kao što vidiš.
Tagging map. Northeast, 200 meters. Heavy.
Ne ovaj da nas ne sačga vamo majku. Neko našo leader station.
Requesting sentry.
O brate mili. Hvala go, majstor. Pomozi malo da me nađe.
Valijetan, a? Nadam se uzeo samo zbog ovih gluposti, sve eksplozije, možda samo onaj... eksplozije. To sam ja trebao.
Requesting orbital. Thank you. Tagging location. Illuminate, southwest. Requesting.
Ide gas.
Calling down a sentry.
Si mamu.
Tagging map. East, 200 meters.
Ide gas.
U strani kure. Ova Leviatan, znaš?
Pa jok, pa kidaju. Ja sam malo prije jedva glavu iščupao, čoveč. Yes.
Supplies.
Jebetes!
Šta jebem ti familiju, bre? Mani kod mene u 3 pičke materine, familiju ti jebem. Gledaj govno kako puca na mene. Jebote, ne mogu da verim. Gledaj, zaglavio si. Ilija, zaglavio sam.
Help me step diver, I'm stuck. Help me on the way.
Ajde, Ilija. Neka se odglavi. Bravo.
It is thought that counts.
Šutno me, čovjek. Dobro, dobro.
Dropping a pin. East, 200 meters. Calling down a support weapon. Dropping a pin. East, 50 meters. 5 minutes left. We can't stay this low much longer, Helldiver.
We don't care.
Ne.
Engaging terminal.
Lele policu, igrače.
Requesting sentry. Fire in the hole. Echo. New mag. Calling down a sentry. Gotta back up. Throwing supply beacon. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a sentry. Found something. Requesting orbital.
Motherfucking cock.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. Follow me.
Baraž.
Yes, guys.
Brat moj, ovaj ustra civila čovjek. Bam ti. Što me to nervira, ne mogu da ti opišem.
Stop.
Ako je čija 380 napravim toliko sranje, majke mi jebem. Stvarno jebem, mater. Idemo na izlaz u kure. Ajde, mrdej se u kure ti.
Sad civil stoji ono kao...
Pa da. Evo ga sad čovjek smrda nekara, normalno.
Levo.
Drugo levo. Opet ovaj me rokao za kočnje, ne vidi.
Come on, baby. I got it for you.
What's for the Leviathan? There's even two of them, I think.
North.
Marking extraction point. South. Calling in extraction.
Thank you. Follow me.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Ide ga.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Deploying sentry.
Heavy. Cancel that. Heavy. Heavy. Northeast. Close.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Throwing grenade.
Run away.
Ah. Calling in reinforcements. Calling down supplies.
Too many of them.
Mag's empty. Point me to the enemy.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
New mag.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Sad će tim ide 320 bež.
Orbital inbound.
To je 320.
Everybody die.
ETA
Everybody
T-minus 10
die.
seconds.
Oh. It's that guy.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Ne otvara nam se avion. Ne možeš da uđemo.
Šta ti se napao?
Avion.
Falko, uskoči prema zadnje. Samo uskoči.
We have to leave now.
Oh, my friend is back.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You leave a more free city than you found.
To ti je bio
Da,
bug.
da.
Svi su ušli. Ja gledam što pričaš.
Or what?
For him, the door of the transport was closed.
Yeah, it was, for him, door was shut.
Prvi put vidim.
We lost a comrade.
He'll be alright. He's still fighting for democracy.
There you go.
1000 experience za ovo. Ovo ti je bilo lakše 5 puta. Za minut i po smo sjebali 5 brodova. Minut i po. I onda smo, ali mislim da ti daju zato što imaš one side objektive. Digli smo radar i ne znam da li je bilo još nešto. Oni kao da im razbiješ one kako se zovu male bazice, što smo ostavi još, što nismo izašli od, onda smo 1000 i po experience. To je bilo 6. To ono malo kao dobro, aj šta god. Znaš, više side objektivi nego glavni. Samo jedan imaš.
A dobro, lagano, idemo polako.
Shots fired. Naravno da imamo pusto ispaljenih metara. Kao da nisam normalno.
Nijednom zaginuo nisam, to je profesionalac. Sise jedne. Da.
Profi.
Najjači sam. Sve gibijem ovdje, Ilija. Sve gibijem.
Da.
Glad I have you on board.
Drago mi je da vi imamo.
Ajde, probamo.
The struggle for managed democracy continues. We have no time to waste.
2%, guys! We got 2 outs.
Koliko imamo?
2 sata.
Zarez 2. Zarez 2 imamo sad.
8,2, da.
Dobre. Ja mislim da ćemo da uspemo.
The planet cries out for liberation.
Mission coordinates logged.
Okay, this is gonna be...
Hellpods prime.
Hello, right.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Ne znam da li mogu da ti preporučim. Da li znaš... bi bilo dobro kad bi jedan znao da puca... Aha, a to je da skinemo brod. Dobro, okej. Mislio sam da opet trčkamo gradom peške i uništavamo ne brodove, ono je intenzivno. Vrlo intenzivno. Ovo je regularna misija.
Ide gaz.
Jeste.
Doom ass. What up, dumbass?
Nije. Dumas ti je onaj... Kako se zove? Pisao 3 musketare.
Jel taj?
Da. On ti je bio crnac. Imaš šalu za to u onome Django Unchained. Kad nešto u fazonu priča, onaj kako zove... onaj Zubar, Bounty Hunter, kad priča s onim robovlasnikom, koga glumi onaj DiCaprio. I kad mu spomene Dumasa, kao ono poznatog francuskog pisca, znaš? I on kao da, čuo sam za Dumasa. Pa kaže, šta bi ja mislio, kaže, o vašoj plantaži robova? Pa kao, vjerojatno bi mu se svidjelo, budući je bio čovjek od kulture. Jer kaže, teško, budući da je bio crnac. On je bio crnac. To su informacije iskupao pre 5 godina, 10. Nisam mi znao, mislim, ni bila bitna ni onda ni sad, ali ono, znaš, interesantno.
Ilija, posle menjam player card u Viper Commando, pošto igram s tobom.
Menjaš player?
Player card, brate, u Viper Commando. Neću da budem više Servant of Freedom.
Pa jesam
sad će se prljavo.
Ne znam, ja si ti sluga slobode, ja sam komandos. I to zmijski.
Zmijski.
Countless high liberty citizens call this city home. Defend their property.
A zašto komando? Zato što u razliku od Dextera ja ne uživam u ubijanju. Ja gledam da uradim ono pošto smo došli. Sve ostalo je bolno. Dexter stane i onda ih krlja, razumiješ kao.
Dexter je Benny Rambo.
A da, Dexter se zamajava sa ono... Volim ja, ali nema bonusa. Ja sam ono praktičan čovjek. Ako nešto ne svrši, ne radim to.
Destiny ili Marko, ja idem. Ovdje?
Ma, treba da uzemo podove, čovječe.
Znam ja šta mi treba. Ništa, idem onda vam. Gdje je plavo? To nam je sve uspio, kapiraš? Zato te pitam, ništa više.
Kad nađem
ima troje srca, jedan.
Nemoj da opet dođem do onoga magazina i da ja nađem kodove koji si ti ostavio. Znači, stvarno ćeš da mi spomeraš bulju s time.
A šta ja da radim, Ilija, ja ne vidim, ja sam čovjek stari i umoran.
Tagging map, northwest, 100 meters.
Pa da te ne ubije. Be careful of the arc throwers. They are next to ships sometimes.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
North. Objective located.
Illuminate, north. Tagging location.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Put it out close. New man. Reloading. Heavy. East. 50 meters. Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters. New mag. Tagging location. Never mind. Northwest. Illuminate. Northwest. 100 meters. Mag's empty. Requesting advanced artillery. Reloading.
Little motherfucker, get out there! 20 zombija je bilo na mojoj guzici. Stao sam da ubijem petvoricu, šesti me sleđa okroje. Drago mi je da si otišao na desno, da ima jedan brod i onda 200 metara ništa.
Ma nije jedan, 4 minuta.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support. Tagging map. Southwest. 300 meters. Tagging map. North. 100 meters.
Idem brate na main, na ovaj... Podove.
Pa bilo je vreme.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Desi smradu u mame ti ga nabijem nešto.
Sub-objective near your location.
Ej, te bre u kurac.
Requesting sentry.
Mrtav si.
Reinforcing. I got the terminal.
A ne spoda.
Calling in reinforcement. Follow me. Bring it on. Northeast. Marking location. Engaging. Calling down a sentry. Dropping a pin. North.
Idem da uzmem podove.
Mag's empty.
Da se dušam.
Reinforcement. Helldivers never die. Drop in. Southwest. Not today. Requesting air support. Requesting air support. Found something.
sentry. Calling down a sentry. Last reload. No. Requesting sentry.
Main objective nearby.
Good save. Follow me. Engaging terminal. Tagging map. South, 100 meters. Illuminate, southwest. Requesting sentry.
Tri Leviathan na vidim, sjene.
I'm on it.
To nije naš problem.
Illuminate, west. I'm on it. Calling down a support weapon.
Hoćeš mnogo ima je.
Requesting tac pack. Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Ne vidim da je taj zvuk Leviatan, ali vidim da ne...
Evo ti jedan. Dobro,
Jedan je pobegao iza zgrade.
I got the terminal. You will never destroy our way of life. Reloading. Engaging terminal. Requesting air. Illuminate. Calling down
Ovaj
a
će me stara u bulju. Pazi ga kako ponire čoveče.
Illuminate. South.
Provoli, sprema.
Illuminate. South.
Lele,
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Maybe. No.
Ah, come on. Ah.
That was a good idea.
Damn, that was, yeah. I was trying to...
Pričaj nešto divno. Kompletnih 180, brate.
180.
Southwest.
Requesting sentry.
How would you like the taste of freedom?
You want to shoot Leviathan? Console. Who's running the console?
Ne znam da. D3. Nik.
I'm gonna do console.
Mislim da treba još malo da se okrenemo jer sad ću ti kažem, okej.
Testing fire.
Ajde. Ide, brate, ide to da je to.
Southwest. Far. Engaging terminal. Southwest.
Sad ide. Probaj ovdje.
Objective located. Southwest. Cancel that. Heavy west.
Kino ga. Kino ga. Da.
Objective located. South. Line light for... I got the terminal. Calling down a sentry.
That stupid Leviathan tried to move in front of a barrel. Hang on.
Calling in reinforcements. Engaging terminal.
Reloading.
Illuminate, southwest, far. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. I got the terminal.
Fighting.
Say hello to throwing supply beacon.
Vladi više, to je to sad. Imamo beacon vamo.
Follow me. Engaging terminal.
You must not allow our civilians to perish.
Follow me.
Go, go, go.
Requesting sentry.
Umrem. Glupa disko pulu.
Koga je Borio borio. Svako neko.
Freedom never sleeps. I'll take it.
Illuminate, southwest, 50 meters.
New mag. I got the terminal. I'm on it.
Illuminate, south, 50 meters.
Tagging location. Southeast. Engaging terminal.
Nice.
Thank you.
Inbound. Their lives were in our hands.
Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters. Calling down a sentry. Southwest. 100 meters. Requesting sentry.
Da poprsko malo u robu sam.
Prskaj, prskaj.
Mag's empty.
Gledaj kako me sažgavaju. Ma jedi bre govna bre više, čovječe.
I need Stickwick.
Aha, treba i meni.
Not liberate with this broken arm. Ah, been wounded. I'm seeing red.
Ne da me ti ubiješ sad ili ja molim te.
Ja?
Ladno će me ti zatruješ. Kurac ti jebe.
Kako to nije bio plan?
Mada imamo tamo kod Exita još, ali to smo sve sjebali. Vjerovatno je jedinicama prepreka.
Do you guys need super samples?
Sending in an eagle.
Imamo na mapi, ja mislim.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Illuminate south. Calling down a support weapon.
Neki spljunu to što ima.
Requesting sentry.
Yes.
Bunker.
Super samples also. No? No, no, bunker. No bunker. What is this? Ah, man.
Sample collect.
Beži ovamo ih ima i za nas pun kurec i oni...
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 300 meters. Calling down a sentry.
Extraction shot inbound.
One more time.
We're coming, guys.
Requesting air support.
Yeah, right.
Ajmo slavati da će nas ostaviti.
Će nas ostavu.
Imamo 23 common sample, ja mislim da imam 15.
Vidjet ćemo ko će bizneti više.
To ćeš saznati kad ovi momci zađu da znam.
Let it hit. Oh! No!
Nice, nice. Did you got the one of the Leviathans?
Illuminate. East.
I don't think it did.
Nice. Recoilless? Možeš se coilless onda da skineš 4-5 komada, samo ne znam tačno koji bih spot, ali...
Meni sve gađa mamu mu nesrećnu jebem u pičku.
Run, bitch, run!
Calling down a sentry. Don't need it. Throwing grenade. Requesting sentry.
Out of the way, son! Out of the way!
Throwing supply beacon. Calling down a support weapon. Heavy. West. Close.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Oh no! Oh no!
Šta se desilo tamo u moru, ne znam.
Jedan glupi zove nešto gledao tebe.
Uzmi, molim ti, templove moje sve. Ili gdje sam već? Evo sam.
My life for super!
Gdje je moje strane?
Kradim sample.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Budget depleted.
I think you might want to enter the ship.
I got it.
You would disagree.
I didn't get it enough.
Yeah, I think you get it.
You will forever be remembered as heroes of this metropolis.
Fuck yeah.
O, to malo gradova što ostane, bit će zapamćeni kao heroj. Neće biti niko da kaže da sam heroj, ali dobro.
Nema veze.
Bitna je
Pogledaj
namera.
sad, molim te,
Patriotski.
procenat. Zanima me. Mada mogu i ja što bi gledao ti. Eto ti. Ide XP lepo.
Kad uradiš većinu ti, kad ne istrčiš s maša.
Zašto bi istrčao 23 minuta?
Pa ima ljudi koji ono uđu i izađu. Poznani. Znaš, ti.
Ma dobro, jebi ga. Ali generalno budala igra sve jaki.
Pa igra.
I onda kad treba za
Da je naišao na
kredite,
teško.
mrnjao.
Kad je igrao level 10 Illuminate, rekao je teško je bilo. Te se sećaš?
Bilo je
teško je, pa teško je, naravno da je teško. Ja sam rekao da se ne rasteže level 10, ovo ti invazija, ovo je nešto drugačije nego što je ona rekao da gazi, a ne botove. Mrnjao.
Liberatora rokaš.
A išao sam po redu, znaš.
Treba mi ja da mi izlevelujem neko oružje na skinu. Evo recimo da uzem onu šotku, brate. Malo da promenim.
Bar do 20. levela da naguram, poslije ide mnogo XP-a, znaš. Dakle, aj to neće. We check the global.
The fate of this planet hangs in the balance. You must tip the scales.
The citizens free.
Mission coordinates locked.
It's okay. 98.7%. 2 more hours. Znači, nas je close call.
Orbit synchronized.
Čekaj bre da vidim koliko? 90? Ne mogu da vidim.
98.7. Kucat ću ti 4.
Dobro. Zarez 7, okej. Koliko ima igrača to ne vide, smo u pičku materinu, nema veze.
A ne.
Nema veze. A mislim da će da uspemo, čoveče. Mislim.
Evo te trebalo. To ti je prvi od ne znam koliko tih kao eventualno. Oh, welcome. Welcome new player. Brale, ne. I'm already afraid. Brale, uze prst.
Vidim.
If you TK more than one player, you know what? Exclusively with airburst, with nothing else. Other things doesn't have, just the fucking airburst. Znači, ništa drugo nije problem, znaš, ostalo je sve slučajno. Airburst je namerno, znači ne paziš da su ti saigrači i sve do pičku. A redovno takvi ljudi, razumeš, ti si pored recimo Illuminatijom, pored broda si i hoćeš, ne znam, da pukneš u štit, on uzme, baci airburst, popuca sve u radijusu od 100 metara, znači ti naravno s tim.
Brother. Šta kaže? Let's go, dumbass.
Ne šalim se. Znači, ima fore 1 kill. Slučajno. Za drugi će da leti. Znači, uopšte neću se izvinjavam. Neću se izvinjavam uopšte, zato što... Ako Jule
ti si, brate, game master, tako da...
Nisam game master, nego nervira me. Baš zbog ovakvih stvari sam game master. Zbog ovakvih ljudi. Generalno nemam problem. Može da nosi svako šta hoće, da igra sve što hoće. Osim, ovo je, znači, samo šala developera, taj Airburst. Šala, to igraš sam. Znači, on uzme i krene sam, na jednu stranu. A on krene, ti odeš na kontu. Neću da idem s njim, razumeš, ubit će nas.
Great. Nobody's gonna nuke anybody.
Totally nobody's gonna nuke us.
We're nuking. If anybody's gonna be nuked, it's gonna be the Luke.
Well, you're really positive. I like that.
We shall fight in the streets. We shall fight on the sidewalks. We shall fight in the intersections.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill.
Calling down a support weapon.
You shall never surrender.
Requesting TAC-PAC. Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Oh. Nice. Sami sebi.
Reinforcing.
Nice. That doesn't count. You killed yourself. He literally killed himself first. You're a genius.
Heavy. Tagging map. North. 100 meters.
Did you kill anything with that, by the way? Book is close. Bunker.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Okay. Fucking bunker is out of the map. Is this real? Vido. Dođi vamo dole. Vido. Motherfucking. Vrći se. Fucking bunker is out of bounds.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Say hello to democracy.
I never seen this. But fucking POI is out of bounds.
Calling down a sentry.
Machine gun, huh?
Put on, bacio.
Okay.
I got the terminal.
Okay, terminal. Pa da, on je na terminalu.
Engaging terminal.
Help.
One step closer to mission completion.
Thank you.
Idemo odmah, brate, na vamo, pa ćemo se vam poslati pomoć.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 100 meters.
Oh no. Hey.
Let's see if they fix the hostage AI.
My life.
Mariniati.
Sending in an eagle. Sample collected.
Oh.
Oh yes, it's us. We killed that.
I got the terminal. Calling down a sentry. Engaging terminal.
Sentry.
Requesting sentry. I got the terminal.
Ljubi separatisti.
Gore, brate.
Aj, Boris, možemo dođemo u kanal i ja palku kad završimo s ovom trebanicu. Počekaj malo. Čuti.
Volim kad se šikaniraju ljudi, uvažavam.
Boris.
Calling down supply.
Ali nisi ušao ni u jednu stopku za početak. uđeš u jedan drugi kanal i onda mi troli me skičuju dok ti hoće da se ultimira iz volta. Hoće da se mi ne volta. There's like 5 planes in the air.
I know. I guess that's good. Must be fucking smoke team.
Instali Rav Sam Heldrajwa AJ Da Igramo.
What they at? There you go. Where you at?
Prvo da je preko
Where you at? I got him. They can't drop nothing because we're in these buildings. But I got him. Let's take them out. See? Keep swarming over. They can't hit us.
You don't have a clear line of sight.
Right. Or it's a glitch in the game.
That's the problem.
It seems like it should be a big tag.
Follow me. Follow me. Calling down a sentry. I knew they wouldn't abandon us.
Oh, legato.
Requesting sentry.
Man, scudievano in family. Dobra,
Thank you.
Nice.
You get talent. Found something.
Još mi nijem na neku pucao, čekam njega. Ili sam ja bacio su bio te kapsule koji dropi.
Sending in an eagle. Thank you. You will never destroy me.
Tactical asset near your location.
Throwing supply beacon.
That bitch ran away.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
I think some of the hostages died.
You must not allow our civilians to perish.
Ne mogu ja ovo da odbranim, dolaze. Svi ste otišli, da? Da, pa da. Drago mi da ste otišli. Ono što sam rekao prošli put. Jebeni avion leti mi iznad glave, ne mogu postići da odbranim. Tu i zombi bili. Kapiraš? I to je to na to bilo, pa dobro, kao možete mi da jednom da ići. Ono zadnja 2 sata.
Calling in reinforcements.
Mamu jebene.
Vidiš?
Dude, I gotta.
Thanks to you. You may proceed to extraction.
Supplies.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry! Sending in an eagle! Attacking map. Southwest. 200 meters.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
I didn't. The fucker coming in. Gotta get the
Requesting air support! Dropping a pin. Southwest. 200 meters.
Gledaj da je disruptor. Vidiš da je disruptor? Od nas. Pitam te da li vidiš. Daleko je bukvalno. Sada prolazimo pored 2, 3, ona druga da bi došli. A disruptor ti vidiš na radar. Imaš još 2.
No! Already. No!
Tagging location. Reinforcing! Southeast. Squid outpost! Illuminate.
Brod. Meni ispod nogu da se može pomeri na njega.
Southwest. 100 meters. Calling in reinforcements! Illuminate.
Somebody
How about a nice cup of liberty? Calling in orbital strike. Supplies. Out of stims. Requesting sentry. Got a sample. Calling down a support weapon. Supplies. Calling down a sentry.
Dok su mi reći skida sam dva aviona.
Calling down a support weapon. Calling in reinforcements. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Some free weapons if you want.
We've got equipment. Reloading! Marking map. West. 100 meters.
Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters. Dropships. North.
Zato ima neki stimul.
Squid outpost spotted. New mag.
Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle.
Got a sample. Reinforcing. Dropping a pin. Northwest. 100 meters. Calling down a sentry.
Levanta.
Requesting. Illuminate. North.
Yeah, get it.
Nešto me rok. Pa da, ovaj govori.
Calling in reinforcements.
Jesam tu negdje, kod opet.
Tu si. Pa, kod distraktora si. Jer ti to bio cilj.
Da.
Tu sam ja.
Reinforcing. Mag's empty. Follow me.
Northeast. On my position.
Calling in reinforcement. Heavy. Heavy. North. Thank you.
Pusti ga, lako, pravi, pravde ga ne vidi.
Throwing grenade.
Znaš šta mu jebe kevu? Poprska ga robot sa onom kiselinom, on počne da bije uprazno, baciš mu bombu, onu prskalicu pod noge, izgori ga skoro. Onaj firecracker, tako je.
Lightning Spire me rok.
Tesla.
Reinforcing.
Ma da.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Tak ga vidim, da. Čak i da zavuku
You will never destroy our way of life.
Motherfucker.
Evo si, da.
Nije da se pali. Počeo sam da čujem te zvuke koje pravi.
Marking location. Never mind. Illuminate west. Dropping a pin, southwest, 200 meters.
And dosta ovih point of
Mission
interest
at
dole.
20 minutes remaining.
You can collect more samples if you want, guys.
Outpost destroyed.
Thank you.
To je to.
To. Samples
Dropping a
if you
pin,
want.
northwest, 100 meters.
Ovaj auto cannon probably.
A jebi ga dešava.
Ne nego i oni trče kao mule bez glave, razumeš, na zombije. Da se biju sa zombijima i samo razumeš.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Do you fellas need super samples?
Marking extraction point.
Mislim da to ne treba.
New mag! Calling in extraction!
Ok, ajmo da ne treba.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Calling extract.
Illuminate, northeast. Tagging map, north.
Heading
200
to
meters.
direction.
Affirmative. Cancel that. Marking location. Illuminate, east. Don't need it. I'll take it.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Aiming at an eagle. Illuminate, south.
dead?
Orbital.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
How about a nice cup of liver tea? Requesting sentry. Tracking location. Illuminate, northwest. Calling down a sentry! Get some! Get some! Requesting sentry! Calling down a support weapon!
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Guys, wait for me 20 seconds. Don't enter, please.
Requesting fortifications!
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Tagging location.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing sequence
super
initiated.
simple.
Watch where you're standing.
Ulazi.
Nemoj da pucaš u vodu, bit ćeš neki. To što, to gdje ti gledaš i to kako on drži ruku gore, gledao sam da stavije pušku i da puca na dole. Znam da ti je to zabavno, kako si to zabavno. Nije mi zabavno.
Ja, Ilija. Idemo dobro.
Nestalo forme, dobro, ajde. Ajde.
Jebi ga, pa
Ja
to
radim
istreći.
popodne. A, sve u redu. A što nisi išao odmah da spavaš?
Pa tako sam u mogućnosti.
Tako si u mogućnosti. Jebi mi su.
Da vidim samo pre svega koliko smo posto.
Koliko imamo mi još? Jednu misiju, ja mislim. Jednu ili dve?
Evo. Mislim da...
Jednu.
Još jednu.
Neš da ostaneš za blisk.
Ajde si iskojemo još jedno.
Aha, vidiš?
Ajde da odradimo sektor, ajde, može. To je 12 minuta, a to mi ćemo profesionalno da odradimo brže. Daj samo da vidim koliko procenata smo, čoveče, zanimljivo. A možda uspem, čoveče.
One more and me and my friends are done.
Okay,
99.1. That's it.
Well done. Lots of enemies killed and lots of samples to
Ja,
help us figure out how to
za
kill
sat
these
vremena i 46. Radim.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpod. Synchronized.
One more.
I got one more.
Yep. It's a blitz, so should be over fast. I'm actually impressed we didn't die. Good job, Mr. Van. Good job.
Da zna čovjek šta radi.
Uvijek
ne furavaš ljude ovdje.
Pa nisam tako rekao, rekao sam jednom...
Loš si čovjek,
Ne,
pomiri
svaki
se.
put će da bude loš čovjek. nema problema.
It's very bad. Sad ide totalno uništenje i haos.
Nemoj samo.
Jer tako smo u mogućnosti.
Nemoj samo. Uništenje. I haos.
Slušajte. Onaj što je izgubio. Ja mislim da je Kune sad došao si Roma na posao. Kupio pljuge. Podnošao sam na put jebote. Ja nisam pozvao. Gledam neotvorena pakla. Thanks. Palavi, pogledaj. To su filteri jaki priče.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Među zgrade ne se baci.
Ide
Our
gas.
enemy would turn this city into a conurbation of tyranny.
Ide
Do
gas.
not let them. Requesting advanced weaponry!
Najduže mi treba da opremu da učem.
Deploying equipment
Oh.
packages. Calling down supply! Calling down a sentry!
To ti pričam.
Requesting sentry! Calling down a support weapon!
Really?
Calling down a support weapon!
Thanks, auto cannon, please.
To su mi hice.
Dropping a pin, south, 100 meters.
Idu. Ti family.
Later?
Mene si na...
Tagging location.
The auto cannon? Is that what I...
You have accomplished liberty. Extracted your discretion.
Ludilo, pustili su. Veoma lagano.
Tagging map. Southwest, 100 meters. Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Ako hoćeš, idi kuckaj onaj kod za ekstrakt.
God damn it.
Man, it's so super. No, super good.
Not today! Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters.
Sunday, but not today.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 200 meters. Vehicle.
We're here to support, Helldiver.
Ovo je bilo profesionalno nivo. 3 minuta i... Ekstrakcije će još ove investirali da userimo, siguran sam, ali ima da dolaze.
Engaging terminal.
I hear a capsule. Maybe there's the money. Please, money.
Marking location. Fire in the hole!
Oh no! No!
I'm a mistake.
Thank you.
180 spin. How can I do that?
I'm on it. I got the terminal.
Mission wrap updated.
Treba ti jebem, šta je ovo?
Sending in an eagle. Requesting air support. Thank you.
Nice. Nice, Mr. Gunner.
Illuminate, northeast.
Wait. I hear money. It's right here.
High value item.
Wait. Yes!
Affirmative. Vehicle. Tagging map, north, 200 meters.
Lightning power. Bad angle.
Thank you.
Those civilians are not gonna be missed, I think.
Zoe.
Dropping a pin.
All
West,
three back.
100 meters.
Guys, take the car and go. Go.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Follow me. Illuminate. Tagging location. North, cancel that. Illuminate.
Ubij me ovaj.
Calling in reinforcements.
Catch no.
Aj, proleć. Može, odbijam.
Helldivers outside extraction radius. Pelican 1 aborting pickup.
I'm on it.
Oh.
Thank you. Tagging map, west, 200 meters.
5 minutes remaining. I
Around
repeat,
for the
5
extra.
minutes remaining.
I can enforce you or... Yes, I can.
pin, west, 200 meters. Point me to the enemy. Illuminate.
Run!
Tagging location. Enemy patrol, west. Calling in. Sending in an eagle. Requesting pursuit. Reloading.
Nice. Impressive.
Marking location. Sending in an eagle. Follow me.
Roger. Pelican 1 will re-attempt pickup at extraction zone.
I got it.
Calling down a support weapon.
Feel democracy's
Fuck.
warm embrace.
Get your ass back here. I won't leave it out.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Throwing supply beacon.
Showing us how it's done.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Ready to dispense democracy.
Requesting air support. Our citizens depend on you for their safety. I'll take it.
Fucking shit. And then he has explosive something.
Their lives were in our hands. Calling down a sentry. Calling down a support weapon. Now.
Uh-oh. Then the second
Engage support.
Alright.
Calling it.
very close.
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
Illuminate. Southeast. Engage. I'll take it.
ETA, T-minus 20 seconds.
Fortifications.
We're going, there is another one coming back. Don't worry.
Orbital inbound. Calling down a sentry. Reinforcing.
There are any people.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Think you can? Motherfucker.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Calling in orbital.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another sweeping victory for Super Earth.
Alright, you're done. You're done.
GG.
That was fun.
This is probably 1000 XP worth.
Elijah.
Znam, otišao si.
To je
Otišao si,
Kozane.
znam. Take care, Slavko.
A.
Pazi se.
Fuck yeah.
Another victory for democracy.
Oh Okay.
Allied
They're gonna
destroyer
have to
has
do
left
without me also.
squadron.
Thank you, man.
They won't take Super Earth. We won't let them.
Take it.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Hope we won the first defense.
This is
We did good.
emergency broadcast.
Yeah.
That was fun. Thanks.
Take care, Mr. Bond.
The
Take care.
Illuminati are invading. All citizens are advised.
Wait a second. Send fan. And there is well. Nice. Dobro.
Dobro već.
Kako ste?
Evo, borimo se.
Lepo, lepo.
Čuo sam da Milan danas umire od posla, pa mi je teško palo.
Da, sliko se vjerojatno bio pored nekog kreveta.
Sliko je sinoć neko sranje. Nemam pojma ni šta je sliko. I ja se zajebavam i napišemo neko, treba biti modifikovo kućište, a ono neki akumulator, nešto, pojma.
Yeah.
Rekao, opet si modifikovo kućište. Uopšte ne znam šta je teo da pokaže s tom slikom. Sada je ludio.
Nemam pojma. Ko zna?
Ludo čovek, kažem tebe.
Vrlo. Opet neke nakaze, kaže ljudi, da li možemo dobijemo normalne karaktere za Han Shodan, ili kaže svaki je psihopata jebeni. Svaki karakter, samo ludaci i psihopate, kaže, što bih pomislio koliko ih ima, da pola njih ne zna kako se koristi vatno oružje, će da se ubije s njim. Ne, svi su master marksmeni, znaš. Za Hunt ili Dead by Daylight.
Ujebem ti sunce.
Da, da. Gledaš jutarnji program ili?
Ma gledam ove dve budale, ovo mentalno razgibavanje.
Aha.
Opičeni skroz, jel? To mi sinoć kako sam došao do ovog Asus Daka i od Milana, kažu, Milan je teška budala, čim ti je to posla.
Da, to je to. Pa dobro, on nije u tom fazonu da uloži da nešto reparira, znaš, on ti u fazonu da baci ono kao komojeve metar.
To radi, a on je rekao da ne radi i teo da ide da baci. Kontaš?
Da. Tako.
Joj. Znači, napolje je toplo i vlažno, ne se diše. Kiša od juče diglo vlagu. Jebote, nerealno. Znači ovdje ja nestao što spao.
Ko Slavko? Slavko radio treći.
A znam da je radio.
Što da spava, on mene kaže ajde igramo Helldivera. Ja nisam ni znao da je on treći.
Uvijek on tako da opiči koju pred spavanje. Da ga pične.
Ma ja. To Drakula na godišnjem? A? To Drakula na godišnjem ili se mi čini?
Rekao je da je.
Neće da jeste.
Igrao ti ovog Witchera 3?
Ne, slabo. Igrao sam Kec, malo probao dvojku. Išao sam logikom, ako je Milan dovoljno inteligentan da pređe tu igru, ja nisam. Tako dalje. Mada probao sam upravo kod njega. Čovjek je došao do... Prati je taj quest vodič koji te ono vodi na zadatak. U neku pećinu se biješ s nekom babarogom, babajagom. I umjesto da nastavi dalje, on je trebao da sedne da meditira i da napravi neki napitak za protiv teštice. I on nije znao šta tu piše, ne glasam taj poznavalac stranih jezika. I samo se pokupio i otišao iz pećine. Posle mene pitao čemu se radi, ja pogledao na netu taj zadatak. Vidim, treba da sedneš, da meditiraš. Posle nekog vremena, ali pogledao sam čitav zadatak, ni znao, on je otišao, bio na drugo sasvim mjesto. Što nemam pojma gde treba da ide se. Morao sam pogledam vodič, jer uopšte nemaš nikakvih indikatora šta dalje da radiš. Dok ne dođeš tu unutra, kad uđeš u pećinu, piše ti šta treba da napraviš. I onda sam korak po korak završio to. A on je igrao to, ne ja. Veliki poznavalac gaminga.
Kod Drakula, kad je bio kod mene pred 3-4 godine. Ja sam tek krenuo da igram Hunt, je vidio, pola nisam imao pojma i on seo, kaže, uključi mi Hunt, igru 5 mečeva, ubio 50 ljudi, jebate.
Drakula,
a?
On?
Pa Da, evo sam ovog profila za moj komp, ubio 50 ljudi u 5 mečeva, ali svi tamo, onaj Austrijanac, koji ti kurac danas?
No. Pa ti si imao pomagač.
Samo znati koji to cheat imaju za auto aim i da vide kroz...
Nije to auto aim, imaš auto fire. Kad ti se nađe na delu ekrana gdje je moguć pogodak, kad nema prepreka između tebe i mete, čak imaš procenat pogodaka koji promaši. Na primjer, ako imaš onaj Mauser, onaj poluautomatik, i kažeš da pucaš tipa 3-4 metka, on ti neće iz prve headshot od protivnika. Ti šopali 2-3 bez veze i on ti namešta na treći metak da ih nišani u glavu. Bilo bi sumnjivo da bude kao iz jedna, razumeš, to su ti bolji.
Prekiče sam Alt F4, znači, kod Fort Rickera, magla, polu noć, ništa se ne vidi, mi čujemo ljude dolaze s leve strane. I čučimo u žbunju, Toma i ja, i idu oni kroz vodu, idu prilično sporo, i ja nanišanim sa Spark snajperom, milimetar ispred glave, i Toma pukne pre mene i stane i korak nazad, i ja ga promašim. I on se okrene i sa običnim Winfieldom, znači pazi, ako snajper ga jedno vidim na onu daljinu, sa Winfieldom bez opet bam bam i mene i Tomu headshot, bam bam iz 2 metka.
Kroz maglu, a?
Pa.
Dobro, ne tu nešto video.
Ja ga kad kroz optiku ga jedva vidim, idem na siluetu jebote, da se mrda. On bez optike, znači, mi u žbunju, pazi još malo. Znači. Samo sam malo F4 uradio, da rekao ba marš, pre neki dan isto, ajde usvetio sam mu se, ubio sam ga posle ali lik sa kragom sa prigušivačem, jedan tim u Madoni, i Toma i ja se još šetkamo okolo, čekamo hoćeli da proviraju, neće, čuli smo da su ušli po tražnje, ali nismo bili dovoljno blizu da crveni tražnje.
Da.
Čujemo unutra da se motaju, tražili kasu ili nešto, i ja se šunjam kroz šumu, pazi, šunjam se. Čučim istu grmlju i gledam na zid, da on pukutim u zidu što je u obliku slova V. Kad iz drugog pravca, ne od Scupper Lake-a, nego iz kontra pravca, lik sa kragom, snajperom, silencerom, 149 metara me heduje. Šta ti vidiš tu bez optike, druže? Em sam u šumi, em...
Imaš da forsiraš taj kao config file koji ti smanji detalje na minimum, znaš. Jesi vidio onu zebanciju kao Minecraft grafika? Pa kako neko uopšte želi, razumeš, toliko želi da pobedi da razumeš da igra Minecraft u suštini umjesto Handshoda. Ono je ogavno.
I Toma se učuti, primiri. Digne me i dođe i na bulu sam ga 2 puta, jednom sam ga pukao sa double barrelom, pa se digao, pa sam ga sa Sparksom stigao. Ako jebem u mater, mislim sve daljine bez opcije, to se ništa sam ne vidio. Jedem ako nije taj neki trik uradio.
Da.
Ti imaš bullet drop, daljina, nemaš optiku, ti mene krećeš.
Ne znam, dešava se.
Gledam je onog rasa, čovječe, ono je nemoguće, on ide, samo se okrene na desno.
Da.
Moram odmah pogađa lika.
I onda je začuđen, čudi se nešto.
I prebacuje, na put prebacuje odmah na pištolj i dovršava ga, znači on bez nekanjenja.
Da, sve ide u istu tačku.
I onda se sam sebi kao čudi, ono sve, kao vidio.
Ono da, začuđen.
Te Asus slušalice 7.1 bio puklo, onaj blok zadušio, to bilo puklo, to je šrapio samo nekako.
Kome, njemu?
Dok je imao to, bio puklo, onaj, znam da je kačio kako je šrapio nešto.
Ma da, on nešto lepio.
Pošto su i meni pukali isto na levu mušku, jer to im je bila slaba tačka, ja sam kupio novi. To našao na netu, sam kupio novi slušalice, taj da.
To ti kad je nešto više stilski napravljeno nego kvalitetno.
Pa komšija je nekako uspeo, nemam pojma što on je majster zalepio, pa je ušatio, pa je preko s nekom plastikom koju je zatopio, bukvalno se ne vidi šta je, jedino što nemaju ovu funkciju levo desno da može klopiti. Slušali se, kaže sad je Hunt u 7.1 report, to ti nismo slušali.
To može na 5.1 ako imaš surround neki sistem dobar koji može tu virtualnu sobu da napravi dobro. Ali... ne znam.
Ne znam, ja sam ih probavao 100 profila mojih slušali.
Nisu u pitanju profili, onda moraš da disabluješ onaj kraj spatial, ako ćeš to da radiš. O tom, bez ikakvih profila i gluposti, moraš sve to da isključiš.
Ne, nisam pravio profile u Huntu, nego na ovom Dafu ima...
Znam, ali to ti je, kako oni to zovu, to ti je After Effect, a Hunt ima svoj After Effect, to će kažem moraš da disabluješ nešto od toga. Ono. Mislim da imaš video, Crytek je napravio o tome, kao zvuku i o tome, zašto ljudi misle da zvuk ne radi kako treba. Nije da zvuk ne radi kako treba, nego Windows 11 je počeo da gura, i Windows 10, onaj Sonic audio. A isto tako imaš, to imam i ja, Dolby DT, kako se zove onaj kao sistem. Ne, DTSX. Spatial sound. To imam i ja. Ali ako to uključiš, onda moraš da disabluješ sve ostale te audio enchantmente, jer neće raditi jedno preko drugog. Biti ti zvuk jako loš. Kad sam igrao Final Fantasy 7, onaj remaster, morao sam da odem u Windows, da isključim audio enhancemente za slušalice, nisam ni znao da uključujem. Da bi mogao da čujem normalan zvuk tokom cinematika. Čuo se kao neka distorzija, kao da je udaljen, razumeš, izvor zvuka. I tek kad sam to isključio, mogu sam normalno da čujem. A to sam provalio jer kod mog brata je sve radilo regularno na PC-u. Kod mene, ne.
Evo ove slučke, svim igrama savršeno rade kad stavim na certain zvuk. Savršeno, kad prijedem u Huntu, sve nešto zobvanja, ne znam odakle dolaze ljudi, ja čujem napred, oni su iza mene.
Kao što pitam, da li koristiš Cry Special?
Ne.
Znači ne znaš.
Ne, znam da sam u Huntu uključeno.
Pa ako je uključeno, nemoj da se čudiš. Probaj da igraš par mečeva bez toga, da vidiš razliku. Ne jedan meč, nego par mečeva. Jer neće raditi taj Hunt, taj Crytekov kao surround neće raditi dobro sa...
Znam da sam i rekao pre pola godine.
Jesam, rekao sam ti onda.
Ali ovo je bilo pre 2 godine kad je počeo malo, mogu nikako da koristim ove obične stereo. To je sve čuje.
Ako te mrzi da čitaš, naći ću ti od Fire Witch Hunt Showdown. Fire Witch 74. Ona je napravila klip baš za audio.
So you ever find yourself in Hunt Showdown thinking, I swear that guy was upstairs, but it turns out he was actually... Hunters, it's time for a quick update from the Fair Play front lines. Crytek's Fair Play Task Force has been busy, and they've just dropped a new update on their ongoing war against cheaters. Since January, they've swung the old banhammer hard. We're talking 4,929 cheaters booted out of the bayou. Now let's break it down. Most of these bans are showing up at higher MMR levels, because surprise, surprise, when someone gets their hands on cheat software, they magically become a god-tier slayer overnight. Don't think low MMR is safe either. Cheaters show up there too, usually for two reasons.
Možda.
Ista ekipa koji Cyberpunk radi.
Da.
Softveru za ima profili music, communication, gaming, racing.
To sve nema veze.
Asus, Vulkan Pro, Flash, FPS, FPG.
To sve radi samo za, ne za Hunt Showdown.
To je najbolje onda na Flash, to je ono bez ičija Flash ravno. stavio sam na flex, sad sve je. Na fljat sam stavio. Kako me čuješ sa ovih slušalica?
Seksi.
Seksi, a?
Da. Bez onog televizora u pozadini, ajmo tako da kažem.
A da, uključio sam ono da eliminiše background sound.
Da, to bi to da češće držiš.
Voleo bi da sam stalno na slušalicama,
Ne volim da slušam Vučića i ostale, Đokovića, tako. Da hoćete da pratim tenis, gledao bi ga sam, ne bi te pitao da mi prenosiš. Isto kao što kažem nekad ome Kesiću da ne želim da slušam šta mi Milan poručuje. Da hoću, pričao bi s njim.
Znači dobro se čuješ.
Da.
Isto ima kvalitet zvuka, ajde što da eliminiše pozadnje.
Sasvim zadovoljavajući. Jeste. Tako.
You doing all right there, mortal? I think you could really use some of my godly aid. Wouldn't you agree?
Ali si čupava, moram staviti na dovoljno šišan. Ili kote.
Nije jasno kako, jel ti moraš da budeš uz nju kad je taj frizirer?
Ne.
Mislim, jel mirna je to?
Ma mirna je, nego što malo glumata kad je ostavljen, onda ono doživljava kresnije, znači to je...
Da.
To ti je drama queen, je. Mama queen. Guys, facial to je isključeno, evo.
A, gledaš onaj video, a?
Ne, evo sad sam uključio Hunt, probam jedan Soul Survivor sa ovim ne čujem i stavio sam na slušalicama profil fleta, ono sve ravno je.
A, jesi probao onaj audio enhancement za slušalice u Windowsu da isključiš?
Isključeno, ako na onom, znam.
To je Windows neki boost, znači nezavisno slušalice.
Rekao sam mi to već jedno isključeno. To na ovim slušalicama čak mi neće da mi da uključeno, na svim ostalim mi da, na ovim neće isključeno i grayed out. Grayed out. Grayed out. zvuk, ali jedan mater radi.
Drugačiji.
Nego na onom stereo. Probati ako korisno doživim da vidim nekog protiv.
Ono što ja dobijem kad uključim kraj special je da čujem sve u 50 metara, u 100 metara, sve čujem kao da mi je u 5 metara. I sve jako glasno. A to meni ne sviđa, znaš. Ne želim da čujem. Na primjer, neko ti zategne pticu, zombija, crva i to se čuje. Sve mi sabija, razumiješ, uopšte ne čujem što je bitno. Bitno mi je, na primjer, neko koji je u 10 metara s druge strane tarabi ili zid, koji se šunje, to je bitno.
Će da se do...
Ne znam da li imaš ljudi koji play bilo ti jednostavnije da uzmeš free hunter i uđeš u Soul, onaj, kako zove, Clash.
Ušao sam u Soul, ne u Soul, Survivor sam ušao. Ima 3-4 opcije na samom dahu da menja, kao pištolj, kao tunjanje, nemam pojma što me
Interesting.
Si naišao neko?
Jesam, ubio me lik koji je uzeo Wellspringimu. Nitro je jebo ga, ja šestica neka. 50 metara u drugome smislu. Nitro. Soul Survivor matcheve nalazi odmah jebate.
Zato što je to kao deathmatch neki. Nije pravi deathmatch. Deathmatch bi bio, jer se ja kažem, bez bounty-a. Samo ono ekipe se sponi okolo, recimo, Lawson Stationa, imaš respawn kad pogineš 10-15 sekundi. I bacite tamo da nema nikog. Po mogućstvu. Nema nikog. Sa freeloadoutom nekim, bez veze. Se ljudi ono malo ispucim. A ovo što su oni napravili komediju. Taj novi mod.
Krstanija i Nikšića mi. Prebacio na daku na pištoljče.
A probaš jedan po jedan moć, da?
Vidim kako se kudova ima. Ima kao štit, pištolj, pa kao kad se šunjaš tragovi i ono četvrto ne znam ni šta je.
To ti za drugačije žanrove igara.
Definitivno ne mogu da provalim koji od ova 4 najbolji je.
A si probao bez ičega?
Ne mogu, mora jedan da je uključen od ova 4. To mi je problem, ja bi to isključio. Konta? Čujem jednog da je negde oko mene i bacio je nož na kavez sa psima.
Da.
A ćuti i usmrdeo se.
Ona je tebe čuvala.
Tu je trag, ja sam ga uzeo, njemu je verovatno crven, tako da zna da sam tu.
Sad ćeš ti njega da čekaš tu. Ovo će sada traje sat.
Jednog sam roknuo na Port Rickeru. Pokro sam još jednog sad. Ovaj mi se usmrdeo na dokovima Lock Bay Docksu. Ja sam krenuo dalje, nemam živaca ga čekam.
Ko će to čekati?
Pa taj što sam ga čuo, ali... A ovaj što je uzeo Wellspring je u podrumu od Healing Waters, jel?
Definitivno nema shotgun u tom podrumu. I nije postavio zamke.
Šta kažeš, definitivno ima shotgun, a?
Nema shotgun i nije postavio zamke. Što znači da jeste. 100% nije. Nemoj da se iznenadiš kad te oduva podrum. Znaš što ljudi rade kad uzmu taj Wellspring je da non stop ga tapkaju, iako nije gluv taj čovjek što ima bounty. Svaki kad tapneš da čuješ da je on te čuje da si skinirao.
Još jedan je u dvorištu, čujem ga. Da, zamke, naravno.
Naravno.
S lebelom da ga pogodim, brate, mili na 5 metara, znači jebem ti mamu. Hajde da kaže mi da radi, ovo bolje nego pre nešto, fiksirali sa zvukom definitivno.
Kad budeš igrao s Tomislavom. Tomislav to obično isprozio, kako nisi čuo toga i onda on kao, ja sam ga čuo.
A ja ne, on čuje, ja čujem sve. Kaže on, a on, gledam ga, spectatoring ga, lik mu se šunja s desne strane, on i dalje gleda pravo gdje je bio, jer tomu s desne strane ti ide, i što ih ne vidi, on kaže, njemu je upao onaj špen u oči kad je nešto brucio, ima oštećenje, ih ne vidi uopšte.
On ih ne vidi?
A vidi, ali ima oštećenje, vidi.
Da.
Kao, vratio sam se na tvoj omiljeni zvuk sad.
Da.
Da?
Tako je.
Čekaj, ti utišat ću TV da ti ne smije. Jel ne čuješ to?
Ne čujem.
A, puta.
Mogu bi jedu kafursku.
Trying to stay low on the radar by dying on purpose, aka MMR tanking, or they launched the game with cheats, got flagged right out of the gate before even hitting their first bounty. Crytek also confirmed that if you get banned and try to sneak back in with a new account, yeah, nice try. They'll track you and insta-ban you again. Zero tolerance. There's two flavors of filth. Rage Cheaters versus Togglers. Let's talk types. Rage Cheaters. These are the obvious ones. They go full aimbot and wall hack and sprint at you in a straight line mode. No subtlety, no shame. They just want to ruin your game before the system kicks them out. And thankfully, that usually doesn't take long. Togglers. These are the sneaky ones. They'll play totally normal until a critical moment when they suddenly pre-fire your head through a wall. They turn cheats on and off like a light switch, making them harder to catch, but the devs are wise to them. Crytek systems track these sketchy patterns over time, so even if it takes a while, the trap still gets sprung. Sometimes one player in a squad is actually a cheater, and they're just feeding enemy locations to their teammates via voice chat. That makes it even trickier to tell who's dirty, but Crytek says they tread carefully to avoid false spams in those cases. The devs are also leveling up their tools to deal with high MMR cheaters. Togglers, the smooth operators, the ones trying to blend in with genuinely skilled players. No spoilers on exactly how they're doing it, for obvious reasons, but it's one of their top priorities. So how can you help? Spotted someone sketchy? Don't just rage quit, report them. And here's how. While on the death screen, hit Show Killer Profile, or press R on PC, RT or R2 on console, then select Report. After the match, head to Last Mission, Team Details, pick the suspicious player, and hit the Actions button, F, X, or square, and report. Want to explain in more detail? Go to huntshowdown.com, log in, open a ticket, and support bot will walk you through it. Look, no system's perfect, and Crytek can't reveal all their secrets, but they are being more transparent and serious than ever about fair play. Whether you're climbing the MMR ladder or grinding with budget loadouts, it's good to know someone's watching the back door. That's all for now, hunters. Stay sharp, stay clean, and watch this space for more updates. If you're hyped for this and want to stay in the loop with all things Hunt Showdown, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more updates, breakdowns, and guides. Come hang out with me and the community over on Twitch. I stream Monday to Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the bayou, or 6 feet under.
Si pogledao ono što sam ti stavio, onaj za audio, ne klik.
Sad ću se onda skuvam kao.
Možeš ga pustiti na TV sa YouTube-u, samo kucaj Firewitch 74 Han Shodan. Ako imaš YouTube na TV.
What's up, everybody? This is Liquid Raven, and I wanted to make this video really quickly because I've been thinking about Desal a lot lately. I have, my last session in Hunt Showdown, playing the game, I've been thinking so much about Hunt. Even got into a conversation with somebody about Desal, and I've been missing it so much. I really feel like Desal was the best, like better than Mammoth Gulch. I think Desal was just like one of the best maps in Hunt Showdown, and it's been gone since 2.0. It's been gone over a year, and we haven't been able to play Desal for over a year.
Biće ti sljedeći event, najvjerovatnije.
Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. My name is Swanee, and for today's video, I'm going to be going over all of the fully upgraded SMGs.
Budući da je Doc Martin, ako se dobro sećam, taj karakter koga su sad tizuju za kao taj novi event, on ti ima ordinaciju tamo u Desalu.
And I'm going to go over which weapons I like the best and the worst after unlocking all of their upgrades. And if you missed my previous video, I went over all of the fully upgraded assault rifles, so if you want to check that one out, I will leave it linked at the end of this video and down in the description. And a quick thank you to those of you that watched my last video. You all went absolutely nuts with the like button. You guys gave me over 17,000 likes, and I had tons of really nice comments, and some of you even donated with the super thanks feature, which most people don't even realize exists. These videos take me days and days of grinding non-stop to make these, which takes away from time that I could be live streaming, so the fact that some of you donated on just a regular video really helps me out because most people never think to donate on videos. They only ever donate to live streamers, so that just really made my day because these videos take a ton of work, so it was just nice to see all that support. So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that watched that video. It really means a lot. And if any point, if you enjoyed today's video, then consider giving me a thumbs up because it helps me out in the algorithm and it helps push this video to new viewers. Now with that out of the way, as always, timestamps for this video can be found in the description down below in case you want to skip around to any specific weapon. And with that said, let's go ahead and jump right into it. Now before the weapon customization update, the submachine guns felt like they were lacking when compared to a lot of the other primary weapons in the game. Obviously the SMGs aren't going to be as hard-hitting as the assault rifles or the special weapons, and because of this you often have to dedicate a stratagem slot to something that complements the SMGs. This is normally something like the ballistic shield or the directional shield, and this would lead to a lot of people just not picking the SMGs because they didn't want to give up a stratagem slot. Well, after testing all the new attachments, I can pretty confidently say that the SMGs are good again. I was having a ton of fun testing these out, and some of them I like even better than most of the assault rifles. And that's not even taking into consideration that you can make them even better with armor passives like Siege Ready. Using the Siege Ready armor with an SMG and something like the directional shield is going to make some of the level 10 super Helldive missions feel like you're playing on easy mode. And in case you need a reminder of what Siege Ready does, it increases the reload speed of your primary weapons by 30% and increases the ammo capacity of all weapons by 20%. This is going to make every single SMG on this list way better. So if you want to get the absolute best value out of the SMGs, I highly recommend any armor set that has the Siege Ready armor passive. But most of the testing I did in this video, I wasn't using Siege Ready just because I want to use all the weapons with their default values. I didn't want to skew my results based off of just one really good armor passive, because that's not fair to anyone else that wants to use different armor sets. So the first weapon on my list is the Pummeler. This is the one that fires the concussive rounds that staggers enemies, and it has a slower rate of fire than the other SMGs. And I wanted to talk about the Pummeler first because this is the weapon where I didn't feel as big of an impact from getting all the new attachments. This doesn't mean that the weapon's bad per se, I just didn't find it as impressive as the others on this list. I still had a lot of fun when I was testing out the Pummeler. I mean, here, just look at how crazy the recoil pattern is no matter what attachment you put on it. I ended up settling on the muzzle brake for the muzzle because it has the tightest looking spread out of all of them, but after testing all the different muzzles, I honestly couldn't tell much of a difference. The whole point of this weapon is to just stagger enemies anyway, so it doesn't really matter where you land your shots. I was trying to land headshots on some of the enemies like the Devastators, but it's kind of pointless because if you miss their face, you're just going to knock them back with a stagger, and then you're going to miss those follow-up shots, so this weapon doesn't really need to be all that accurate. As long as you hit the enemies at all, you're going to stagger them, so body shots are honestly what you want to try to aim for, or just spraying into large crowds so you can push back multiple enemies at the same time. So as for the underbarrel and the muzzle, I found that they didn't really matter all that much, but I ended up settling for no underbarrel and I went with the muzzle brake. Then for the magazine, I really enjoyed the drum magazine. This increases your ammo capacity up to 75 shots before you have to reload. This allowed me to just keep spraying and pushing back enemies, and if it was a medium-sized enemy, then I could stun lock them in place for a lot longer than I could normally with the default magazine. I found that the best combo to use with the Pummeler in my testing was to pair it with one of the guard dogs. That's because since the Pummeler is more focused on staggering, I would just stagger everything with my endless spray from the drum magazine, and then the guard dog would finish everything off for me while I had them locked in place. Now in my last video, some people wanted me to point out that the short magazine is pretty good because you can reload a lot faster and you get more total magazines, but I wouldn't recommend the short mag for the Pummeler unless you go with the Siege Ready armor. Since this weapon doesn't do a great job at killing things, reloading all the time with such a short magazine ended up getting me killed a lot more often. But if you use the Siege Ready armor with the short magazine, that makes reloading just super fast and it's kind of usable, but you could just use Siege Ready with the drum magazine and get more ammo overall and reload faster, which I think is the better option, but that's just my opinion. Do whatever you feel is best. Then for the optics, I saw someone suggest in my last video that I show off what each of them looks like, and I thought that was a good idea. So here is what each of the sights look like on the Pummeler, and then you can decide which ones you think are worth getting. So my overall thoughts on the Pummeler at level 25 is that it's just okay. It does a good job of staggering things like Overseers, which is nice. It can also stagger rocket devastators and stop them from shooting off their rockets. It can also stop spewers from puking and a lot of the other Terminids from charging at you, so it definitely has its uses, but unless you really like this playstyle of staggering enemies, leveling up weapons is a long, grindy process in Helldivers 2, so I'd recommend skipping out on the Pummeler just because there's so many other better weapons to choose from. Next up is the Defender. Now the Defender is pretty similar to the Pummeler in a lot of ways, but the Defender does more damage and has slightly better recoil and a faster rate of fire. I ended up liking the Defender a bit more than the Pummeler because it doesn't have that stagger effect. So when you're trying to go for headshots, you're actually going to hit those headshots. And unlike the Pummeler, the attachments matter a little bit more with the Defender, and the ones that felt best to me was the vertical foregrip paired with the muzzle brake. This gives a good balance of keeping your shots semi-close together and gives it more of a vertical recoil pattern, which is a lot easier to control versus horizontal recoil. Vertical recoil is always going to be better when trying to go for weak spots on enemies, like headshots or the red stomachs on the automatons. Because when you're firing, when you use controller, all you have to do is hold down on the thumbstick while you're shooting to kind of counteract the recoil. Same with mouse and keyboard. When you're using a mouse, you just hold down on the mouse while you're firing, and then it kind of equals out so that you're basically just shooting in a straight line. Then again, with the magazine, I like the drum mag, of course, just because I like being able to keep shooting for longer, but you only get 4 magazines, which is a pretty big downside, and that can be a big turnoff for some people because you have to go looking for ammo crates all the time or call in resupplies often. So you either want to use a supply backpack or have a good idea of where you can find the ammo boxes throughout the map. And honestly, the default magazine gives a pretty good balance of ammo in my opinion. And like I said before, the Siege Ready armor is really going to buff all of these magazines. So you'll have to play around with whatever fits your playstyle, but I went with either the default magazine or the drum magazine. Then for the optics, there are 5 different sights for the Defender, and these are what they look like. So I ended up liking the Defender due to the better accuracy, more damage, and faster rate of fire over the Pummeler. This led to a lot more kills. I was landing headshots left and right, and since it does more damage and doesn't stagger, I didn't have to rely on bringing a guard dog backpack, and I was pairing it with the directional shield and the ballistic shield, and it was really helping to keep me alive. The directional shield was doing better against those ranged enemies like the automatons, and the ballistic shield was helping against the voteless and the terminids that come in for the melee attacks. And with the improved ammo count and the accuracy of the new attachments, I could definitely tell a big difference when compared to before the update. So I don't really regret leveling this weapon up to level 25. I think it's pretty well balanced, and I don't really have too many bad things to say about it. So if this is a weapon that you liked before and you want to upgrade this to level 25, I don't think you're going to regret it. I had a lot of fun using this weapon, and I think it's pretty good. Then the next weapon I want to talk about is the Reprimand. Now you might have already seen a few trending videos talking about this weapon already, and for good reason. The Reprimand is no joke. This was one of my go-to weapons of choice for the automatons before the update, and now, woo, man, it's a laser beam. In the weapon customization update patch notes, they made changes to all of the SMGs, which helped out with all of their accuracy, but the Reprimand saw the biggest change, and its spread got decreased from 40 to 5. This was huge and completely changed the way that the weapon feels. This change was because everyone complained about how inaccurate the shots were, and the recoil was all over the place. Well, now with this change and the new attachments, this weapon is almost broken. And honestly, this SMG is better than most of the assault rifles now. This is the only SMG with medium barrel penetration, and it has a base damage of 125. It's also the only SMG that isn't one-handed, so you can't use it with the directional shield or the ballistic shield, so it's definitely the odd one out of the bunch. The only downside, I mean literally the only downside, is the ammo capacity. You are stuck at 25 rounds per magazine, and that's all you get. There are no additional magazines for this weapon, so the only way you can improve on the ammo economy is by using it with the Siege Ready armor. It honestly feels like you have to pair the two together, which I'm not a big fan of. It's almost like they were made for each other. But outside of the constant reloading the small magazine. For the attachments, honestly, all of them are good choices. I went with the vertical foregrip, and either the muzzle brake for vertical recoil or even the compensator is great too, because it makes the spread kind of all in the same area, which is pretty easy to manage. So either one is a good choice, and this will make your shots insanely accurate and makes the weapon feel really fun to use. For the optics, it has 5 different options, and here is what they look like. Now, depending on if you use first person to aim or not, I'd recommend the iron sights. If you only exclusively play in third person, then go iron sights because it gives you a +5 to ergonomics, which will make your weapon snap to where you're aiming a lot faster. But aiming in first person does increase your accuracy, and honestly, any of the scopes are probably a good choice. And outside of the ammo issue, I have no complaints with this weapon. It hits super hard, it does more damage than every assault rifle, it's super accurate, and it's easily one of my favorite weapons in the entire game now, especially against the automatons. It just melts through the smaller bots with just one shot, and it can one-shot kill Devastators in the face just as quickly, or you can very easily aim for the body and just it will melt through the Illuminate Overseers with some quick headshots, and it does a great job with the Terminids as well. I was just melting through the annoying skewers with this thing, which...
Ofa cepa Witchera 3, dan i noć.
To je to, da, ali fali 010. Fal da radi 5 stvari jedno. 01 07 44 257. 01 07 44 257.
A ovaj oko je zelo.
Koji oko? Pa JMBG.
31.
Ma dobro, ma dobro, već smo to prošli. Što si težak? Really scary boys, really.
Which is nice because I hate the spewers, just a couple shots to the face and they're dead, and it does struggle with large hordes of smaller enemies like the Voteless or the smaller Terminids if there's a bunch of them all coming at you at once, but if you bring a support weapon like the Stalwart or something for the small stuff, it'll cover all your bases. I think the Reprimand is a must-have weapon for everyone, and I highly recommend upgrading it when you get
For
the
everyone.
chance. Now lastly is the MP98.
Not for every build.
And I know not everyone is going to have this weapon since it's from the Super Citizen edition of the game, which is an extra $20, but if you were ever on the fence about getting the Super Citizen edition, I think the new and improved knife might be worth the upgrade. Now, I saved the knife for last because this is my favorite SMG now. Yes, even over the Reprimand, which is funny because this weapon has always sucked. It was just awful. It had bad recoil and did very little damage, but now, with the attachments, this thing is a monster. It has a rate of fire of 1,380. That's faster than what the Stalwart can do. So when you unlock the extended magazine for this bad boy, it holds 70 rounds and gives you a total of 5 magazines. That means you basically have a Stalwart as a primary weapon that can also be paired with the ballistic shield and the directional shield since this thing's one-handed. So you can either just hold down the trigger and mow everything down, or you could switch it to the burst mode and do very quick 3-round bursts that are pinpoint accurate that are deadly when going for headshots. So for the attachments, definitely go with the vertical foregrip and the compensator. I mean, just look at this recoil pattern. Now imagine 70 rounds going off at a rate of fire of 1,380 and they all accurately go to your target. And honestly, I think this is probably going to get nerfed at some point. I hope it doesn't because it's fun as hell and man does it feel insane to use, but I just don't see the developers keeping this weapon in the state that it's currently in because it's just that good. The Knight also has 5 different optics to choose from, and here are your options. So in conclusion, the Knight SMG, in my opinion, is the most fun from the weapon customization update. It has no problem mowing down hordes of enemies like the Boatless or the smaller Terminids due to its insane rate of fire, and even though it only has light armor penetration, the insane accuracy of this weapon's burst fire mode makes up for it when you're aiming for weak spots like on the automatons. And you can just power through the Overseers by going for body shots. You'll just melt right through their armor plating. The only slight issue is the heavily armored Terminids, but as long as you aim for the cracks in their armor, you'll be fine. So overall, the Knight is a must-have. It's one of my new favorite weapons in the game, and I 100% recommend upgrading it. I'd honestly make it a priority if you have this weapon. So yeah, it sucks that it's tied to the Super Citizen Edition, so a lot of you will probably miss out on it. But for those of you that have had the Super Citizen Edition after a year and a half of this gun sucking, it's finally in the spotlight and finally has its time to shine. Now that is going to do it for everything in today's video. If you guys enjoyed it, then consider giving me a thumbs up so it helps me out in the algorithm. Hit the subscribe button if you're new here, that way you don't miss out on any future Helldivers 2 videos. Be sure to check out my previous video about the assault rifles if you missed out on that one. And that is going to do it for me, and I will catch you all in the next video.
Hey folks, this is Ranker, and we just found out how Season 9 Platinum 8. They said that they are happy with the pacing of the game now, the progression that is, leveling and gearing up. I'm glad to hear that. They're not going to futz with it anymore because I like, personally, how things are right now. But the new pace made them realize that, especially in Season 8, while leveling to 60, there just wasn't enough variety in things to do, especially since the season felt like it was pushing you towards doing the incursions. Overall, they want people to be engaging with more and diverse activities. They feel that having activity variety is fun, and so they're going to be looking at rebalancing things to encourage different activities, as well as, I guess kind of spoiler, adding new things to do. They also said that in terms of meta, in terms of what builds are viable, they actually kind of like where things are right now. They feel that there's a greater variety of builds that can engage with all the content than there really has ever been. We don't have like these two super powerful outlier builds. And what they strive for in balance is ensuring that every class has multiple builds that are Torment 4 capable, i.e. that they can do all the content in the game. They're not going to be the best, right? Not necessarily going to be the have the most efficient run, but just in general, they want to ensure that kind of whatever, skill that you pick, you can build around that, and you can do all the content in the game with it. That's their end game goal. They feel that This season has gone closest to that so far. They're still trying to strive towards that. I very much like this philosophy. I'm very much of the opinion that yes, you should be able to pick any like build as in any kind of core skill. I look at the core skills as the game telling us, you know, this is something that should be viable. If I want to build around Barrage, I should be able to, if I'm able to find all the right combinations of gear and Paragon boards and whatever, I should be able to make a build that can do all the content in the game. And if I cannot, if it's not possible, then that needs to be buffed. And so it seems like we're philosophically aligned there. Great to hear. They also acknowledge that overpower is overpowered. Pretty much all the best builds in the game revolve around stacking overpower and overpowering. So going forward, they're actually planning to nerf overpower by about 80%. They're going to change some of the math on how it works. It's a bit of a complicated stat. It scales off of your life and your fortify. They're going to be doing a change to the additive damage calculation there. Again, the net result is going to be overpower being brought down in power by about 80%. They don't want to kill overpower, but they want to make non-overpower builds competitive. They also acknowledge that the meta did not get shaken up enough in this season, that many of the top builds from Season 7 are still the top builds this season. And it sounds like going forward, they do want to try to shake up that meta more. If I remember correctly, my top 10 builds of Season 8, I think half of them are the same top 10 builds from Season 7. And I actually want to ask you folks, how do you feel about that? Do you want the top 10 builds to be different every season? Or, you know, do you find a build that you like, it's a top build, and you want it to keep being a top build every season? Sound off in the comments about that. Alright, next they spoke about the PTR for Season 9 for patch 2.3.0. PTR will start May 7th, run until June 3rd. 1 week PTR starting next Tuesday. So first, let's talk about the new seasonal powers, the Horadric powers. We've had the meme over and over again about it's just powers, copy-paste, 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 and at first impression, we are getting powers, copy-paste. Very, very, very familiar interface at this point, with a very familiar layout. It's actually more different than it initially appears. These are called Horadric spells, and it's sort of a create a power system. So how does it work? It all starts off with the core of the Horadric spell, which is called a catalyst. It sounds like there's going to be 5 different catalysts, and a catalyst is going to be assigned to a skill on your skill bar of your choice. So you assign it to a skill bar slot, and then when you activate whatever skill is in that slot, let's say you're a barbarian and you have it on Warcry, then whenever you pop Warcry, you're going to cast the Horadric spell. Now, these catalysts have cooldowns, so it's only going to cast if it's off cooldown itself. As you level it up, you reduce its cooldown. It sounds like each of these does some kind of big unique effect. It's not just damage, they're all very visible. One of them is like holy meteors coming from above. Another summons these holy pets, I guess. I do think overall there's like a holy theme to it, because they just love teasing us about the paladin. So right off the bat, these powers seem cool and impactful from a visual perspective. I thought the powers from Season 8 were the best powers. You have the boss powers, some of them very, very, very cool. A lot of them very, very cool. Right now it does seem like we're getting many fewer of these base powers, at least, right? We only have 5. We will be able to modify them in many ways as we're going to get there, but overall, again, it seems like a reduction in variety, and perhaps maybe they won't be quite as cool. We'll have to see if they're as cool, cooler, or less cool than the boss powers. Now let's talk about the ways you get to customize your spell. The first way is with an infusion. You're going to assign 1 infusion to your spell, and this seems like a certain element that you can flavor it to. These change the elemental type of the spell, and it really makes the elements matter, and I really like that. It's not just a cosmetic change, it doesn't just do burning damage, it kind of like, it encapsulates what do you feel this element ought to do, and it kind of does that. So if you use the fire infusion, for instance, that's actually going to, in addition to do a burning effect, in addition to leaving a burning puddle on the ground, in addition to transforming the entire elemental damage type through fire, it's also going to burn down enemy structures. So like when a waller puts up walls, it'll burn down the waller walls, and it'll also negate chilling effects from enemies. So again, you have your base spell, you have the infusion that flavors its element, and then you can add 3 arcanas to the spell. Every arcana is just a little modifier, but these 3 together really help tailor this spell to your particular build and playstyle. So for instance, one Arcana might increase the size of the spell effect. Another might grant you unstoppable when you pop the spell. Another might destroy enemy barriers and knock them down. And of course, there are progression systems built in where you're leveling up all of the things that we've been talking about, it seems, or some of them, some part of them at least, you unlock additional powers and rank ups and everything. Now, in addition to these normal Arcana, right, those modifiers that you can slot 3 in, there are 5 legendary Arcana that you can find, and these aren't intended to just be more powerful. They're really intended to be situationally useful. And what's special about these is that every legendary Arcana does something different for every catalyst. So Arcana normally, right, it's like 20% bonus radius to the spell effect, right? And it doesn't matter what catalyst you attach that to. Whereas a legendary Arcana, it will do something different for every of the 5 catalysts. So that's 25 combinations. There's 5 legendary Arcana, 5 catalysts, 25 different possible things that they can do. So all of this taken together, I do now think this is the best power system that we have. I know, you know, again, we meme about it's copy-paste powers over and over. Every season is temporary powers. Of the temporary powers, I think this system is the most robust, the most ability to customize it and level it up and tweak and change things in different ways. Now, additionally, we're getting Horadric Jewels. These are going to be similar to the Occult Gems from Season 7. In fact, it is copy-paste, but reworked and improved. And they won't be as expensive to make as the Occult Gems. Again, these Horadric Jewels will be pretty similar to the Occult Gems. They're going to give you all-resistant armor, but they're going to be a bit more customized to the Horadric spells and buffing those Horadric spells. And you're going to craft them using gem fragments and the seasonal currency. Also, they're finally giving us a Bane of the Stricken butt. And I don't know that I like this. Okay, Bane of the Stricken in Diablo 3 was a necessary legendary gem used in pretty much every build that would push the pit. Diablo 3's version of the pit. And what it did was, the more you attack a single target, you gain an accelerating damage buff against that target. It used to take like 5 minutes plus to kill the Rift Guardian, or the boss at the end of a pit. It would just take so long to kill that one guy. Once they added the Bane of the Stricken, that really cuts down on that time to, you know, half of that or less. D4 doesn't have any mechanic like that until we are now getting the Tyrant's Bane Horadric Jewel. So again, I'm glad, because it's going to really help against, you know, single targets, but it is only applicable to damage over time builds. And that is my concern. It is only when you apply a dot do you gain that damage buff. So now I'm wondering, okay, does that mean that all pit pushing builds are going to become dot based, or otherwise find ways to work dots into their setup in order to benefit from this bonus? At the end of the day, I don't know. We'll find out next week, but that is a concern of mine. And I'll state, folks, that if you want to look through all the patch notes, they are available on Diablo4.com. All right, now let's talk about the new content to play. So, the powers are seasonal only, the Occult Gem seasonal only, but these activities are permanent additions to the game. First, we have Strong Rooms, or Horadric Strong Rooms. These are going to be micro dungeons that you run into. They're going to be hidden within Nightmare Dungeons. When you enter the Stronghold, your goal is to collect a bunch of Horadric attunement by killing enemies. So there's some echoes of the Gauntlet. I don't know if you folks remember the Gauntlet system that was in the game for some time before being removed. That's where the leaderboards were attached to. Your goal is to maximize your attunement. It's also kind of similar to the Undercity. But anyway, your goal is to maximize your attunement, because attunement is going to improve the chest earned at the end of the Strong Room, which you get after defeating a mini-boss. There's apparently different gizmos, they call them, to interact with, and interacting with them in the right way is going to help you maximize your attunement. There's also a handful of different tests that you can interact with at the start of a Strong Room that will then affect how that Strong Room plays out. It sounds like there's a whole lot of mechanics behind this. We didn't really get many details, but preliminary thoughts are this is a cool system. This is something different. It almost feels like it's a miniature combination of a Undercity and an Infernal Hordes. I'm very optimistic for this, and we'll find out next week. Then we have the Escalating Nightmares. An Escalating Nightmare is a special kind of nightmare dungeon. Now, sometimes in a strong room, you're going to find an Escalating Nightmare Sigil. These give you access to special nightmare dungeons, which are the Escalating Nightmares. And basically what these are nightmare dungeons where at the end you're going to find a doodad to interact with that opens a portal to another nightmare dungeon that is going to be more challenging. And you can keep chaining those. You're going to be fighting through a series of nightmare dungeons. We don't know how many exactly. And the escalation is that every subsequent nightmare dungeon gets more and more affixes stacked on it. It inherits the affixes you already had and adds more. We're also seeing a complete update to the affixes, by the way. Positive affixes are being added, reworked tremendously. We basically just have currently the Greed Shrine and the XP affixes. Well, we're getting new beneficial affixes. They're adding a bunch of new positive affixes that have varying rarities. And they're reworking the negative affixes to avoid penalizing specific elements or specific builds. And an Escalating Nightmare culminates with a new boss fight, a reworked Astaroth from the campaign. So overall, I'm liking what I'm hearing about this system. This is a lot of love to Nightmare Dungeons. Nightmare Dungeons currently are something that I almost never interact with. These new Escalating Dungeons, if the reward is right, yeah, that sounds like something that can be fun to engage with. I will say, this still does not address the thing I keep bringing up, which is meta progression, and I'm actually working on a video, folks. I'm hoping to publish it next week I'm going to clearly lay out what I mean by meta progression, and I'm going to present a mock-up of a meta progression system and what that could look like in Diablo 4, so stay tuned for that video. Now, the devs then spent a good chunk of time talking about class balance changes. We're not going to get into the nitty-gritty of it all. Again, there's patch notes if you want to see it. In general, anything that is really strong is getting nerfed, and they're trying to promote greater variety. They don't want to outright destroy whatever's really strong, but, you know, anything that's an outlier, they're trying to bring down. They're trying to promote greater diversity. If anything is used in, like, every, you know, sorcerer build, they're going to look to bring that down. Maybe buff things to compensate. They're also doing some rebalancing of damage affixes on gear. So we were talking about the overpower nerfs, right? Well, what they want is, whether you want to do an overpower, a vulnerable, a crit, a minion build, whatever it is, whatever damage type you want to stack in different slots, that these are all viable. That it's not just, well, I can stack more overpower damage than anything else, so let me go overpower. So we're going to see numbers change actually on gearing. We're also seeing across the board massive buffs to basic skills for all classes. Each of them is going to be doing double to triple damage now. They don't, however, want to see basic attack builds just dominate the endgame meta, so any of those items that are giving a lot of love to basic skills are probably going to be dialed down quite a bit. They do want basic skill builds to be viable in the endgame. They just, you know, there's certain items right now that tie that with a tripling of the damage of a basic skill, and, well, Season 9 would be just basic skills. They're changing our baseline max resistance. Currently, your default max resistance is 70. They're upping that to 75. The max resist remains 85. They're also nerfing some of the items that give too much resistance, that basically solve the resistance puzzle too easily. So we're raising the resist cap, but we're making it harder to reach. They've also done a pass on key passives. They've looked for key passives that are dominating, bringing those down, looking for ones that aren't used enough, bringing them up. Again, they just want more parity of choice between them. To just touch upon every class, Barbarian, yeah, Earthquake's getting some nerfs to it. Druid, Cataclysm nerf, Necromancer, Soul Rift, Bloodwave, Rogue, Death Trap, everything that you expect, right? Sorcerer, Lightning Spear. But overall, these nerfs are being handled with a gentle hand to not outright kill anything, and even sometimes they might nerf one part of the build but buff another. So if we're talking about Lightning Spear, for instance, they're actually buffing Lightning Spear, the skill, but they're heavily nerfing the Splintering Energy aspect, which is a real culprit here. They acknowledge that the Lightning Spear build was basically on the cusp of being too powerful compared to all other of the powerful builds in the game, which is exactly how I felt. And every class is getting uniques that are going to support new builds. They're really trying to bring new builds into the meta. Barbarian's getting a basic attack unique that makes all your basic attacks cleave and deal more damage. Druids are going to be dealing poison puddles via Pulverize. Rogues get a new Flurry unique that makes it that when you're out of energy, you spend your life to channel Flurry. and that makes you do more damage and increases your attack speed. Sorcerer's getting a new unique related to Hydra. Your Hydra can no longer have more than 3 heads. It has 3 by default, and anytime you were to get another head, instead just the Hydra gets bigger and deals more damage, so it just keeps growing bigger and bigger. Altogether, lots of class changes, too many to discuss. But I like where their head's at with class balance and what they seek to achieve, so positive vibes there. Then they spoke about some miscellaneous type stuff, so you know how in Season 8 that we're in right now, killing elites, killing bosses, doing the lair bosses, all that rewarded seasonal reputation. They actually like that. They're going to keep that as a permanent thing, that no matter what season, doing these things will give you seasonal rep. An update to ancient item drops. Now, the higher in Torment you go, the more likely you are to get better loot. So it used to be that higher Torment just gave more loot. Now, higher Torment gives better loot, as in ancestrals and possibly even multi-tier ancestrals. So I think your odds of getting a 4-star ancestral are highest on Torment 4 now. But they're not making the change so drastic that you feel compelled to play on Torment 4 and nothing else. They're planning to increase the legendary rune drop rate. They agree, yeah, it's not high enough right now. They're going to increase the rune drops from Tributes of Harmony. They're going to make sure every Undercity now drops at least 1 rune. They're going to give an increase to Whisper cache resources. Jewelry cache costs are going to be reduced. Those were too high. You're going to get increased gems from Infernal Hordes. All great changes that we're kind of feeling the pain of in this current season. But they are not making any further changes, balance-wise at least, to the current season. PTR Boost will be available. It sounds like it's going to be available possibly from the start this time. Normally they wait a couple days. During the Q&A section at the end, they addressed reliquaries. They said, quote, "We have heard your overwhelming feedback." What's going to come of that, I don't know. They kind of just suggested that they're looking to bring some more things into the reliquary to give value. We'll see. They also teased that a new reliquary based on an event reliquary, that is right around the corner. And they also said, given that there's another IP collab coming up in the future, they want to take feedback from the Berserk collab and apply that to the next collab. I spoke a lot in my previous video about what I think an ideal IP collab would look like. On the topic of tempering and masterworking, they suggested that there's a lot of internal discussions here, nothing to really share, but that at least in patch 2.2.2, which is still coming out actually, they are planning to rebalance, retune the amount of non-obdicite and non-gold materials needed to masterwork, because they were finding that players were reaching kind of a shocking bottleneck where it's not about gold, it's not about obdicite, it's the basic materials that they were running out of. So that's everything, folks. For me, personally, the thing that's most exciting for me is the permanent additions vis-a-vis the Nightmare Dungeons. I'm hoping that system is going to work well, and I think it actually would work really well combined into a meta progression system, which I'll be talking about more next week. I do think this feels like the biggest season yet. I know there is still going to be some disappointment about its more powers again, but I turn the question to you folks. So far, does this season seem like a winner? Sound off in the comments. I will end by once again thanking our video sponsor here and remind you folks, check out Super Vibe. Again, free to play on Steam. Use my code to get some goodies. Fun game. In fact, it would have been cool to have some kind of PvP mode in Diablo 4 that was like this. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to my supporters for making these videos possible. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to join Rikers Raiders for more Diablo content.
Let's talk about Termina. In my analysis of the first game, I was able to use Termina's canon events as guideposts. It's established, for instance, that Enki, Moonless, and Ragnvaldr survived their trips to the dungeon, and that Lagard came back a changed man. This meant that certain events couldn't be canon, and that others had to happen, one way or another. Sermon is a new game, and Part 3 is several years off, so this time we'll be working without the benefit of established canon. We only know what can happen, not what must. So in this analysis, I'll instead be presenting the story as the player receives it, and where appropriate, I'll chase down and explain possible alternatives. I'll also occasionally be diving into some theorizing based on the limited evidence we're given, but if this is meant to be an analysis of the work itself, I'll try to stick to the facts. Fear and Hunger is intentionally told in a vague way. We're often given contradictory facts, and pretty much everything can be suspected of being a product of unreliable narration. It's also a running theme in the series that two seemingly mutually exclusive facts can simultaneously be both true and false. It's a Schrodinger's canon, folks, and anytime you spot an apparent contradiction, consider it carefully. Most importantly, remember that this analysis is mine, and while I have certainly done my homework, that doesn't mean that I'm right. Ultimately, what the story means to you is yours to decide. With that out of the way, we first want to orient ourselves. Fear and Hunger takes place on an alternate version of Earth. Many places and people are similar, but one major difference is that gods and monsters visibly exist in the world. Or at least they used to. The mythology of Fear and Hunger states that the god Sylvian created the world. Her husband is the god Grogeroth, who seeks to destroy everything. Not out of malice, but only to give Sylvian room to create more. Sylvian and Grogeroth had a child, Venushka, who became the god of nature. There was also the trickster moon god Rare, whose light reveals truths that cannot be seen in the day, and the god of the depths, who holds dominion over the desperate, the rotten, and all things that dwell in the dark. These beings make up a group known as the Old Gods. On a clock in Termina, we can see a collection of their sigils, and note that some are unaccounted for. We'll circle back to this later. There are three other entities which are a bit more obscure. The first is Igaigetsu. This is said to be an Eastern deity who is sought out by warriors who have lost their purpose. Getsu is the Japanese word for moon, but that could be a coincidence. In any case, not much else is said about the being. Vitruvia is a little more interesting. She's called the architect of the human body. She is mostly referenced by a few abilities which allow the user to sacrifice limbs or organs to the goddess in order to perform feats of medicine via the principle of equivalent exchange. These two entities could be old gods, but if so, this is never confirmed and we don't really get any more explanation about them. The unassigned clock symbols could belong to them, but without confirmation it's impossible to say for sure. At the very least, they tell us that we don't have the full picture. There could be many more divine beings that the game simply doesn't tell us about, especially among the other cultures of the world. The old gods are unknowable, all-powerful entities on a scale the human mind could never conceive of. They're living concepts that are ever present in the world and simultaneously infinitely remote. Venushka is not simply a powerful guy that causes nature to exist, he is nature itself, and so on. The second group of deities are known as New Gods. New Gods are mortals who have made a pilgrimage to the lost city of Mahab and sat in its golden throne, thereby ascending to godhood. Unlike the old gods, New Gods usually appear more or less human and are active in the world as individuals. They have amazing powers and appear to partially exist outside of the normal boundaries of time and space. But they are neither omnipotent nor indestructible. They're more like superheroes, capable of conquering kingdoms and uniting people, but ultimately temporary and fallible. New Gods are neither omnipotent powers and appear more or less human and are active in the world as individuals. They have amazing powers and appear to partially exist outside of the normal boundaries of time and space. But they are neither omnipotent nor indestructible. They're more like superheroes, capable of conquering kingdoms and uniting people, but ultimately temporary and fallible. New Gods are classified by which soul they have, which is something akin to a zodiac sign. Every living human has one of these souls. Olivia's backstory tells us that being born just after the stroke of midnight, and thereby on a different month than her twin sister, caused the two to have different soul types. Henrik mentions his soul to the player in the same casual cadence that one might say they were a Sagittarius. The Kaiser Critique, a document found in Termina, makes it clear that Fear and Hunger's world uses the same months as our own. If we refer again to the clock in Termina, we can see 24 unknown symbols, which may suggest that there are 24 signs, 2 for each month, so it would seem. In no particular order, the known souls are the ancient, decrepit, latent, shadowed, radiating, enlightened, endless, dominating, tormented, solitary, tainted, blank, heartless, mourning, chaotic, caressing, suffocated, and changeling. If the clock theory is correct, this would leave a further 6 unknown souls. As with zodiac signs, a person's soul is said to influence their personality in the course of their life, but ultimately people have free will. When a human becomes a new god, they are nearly always overwhelmed and enslaved by the power they receive. To some degree, they lose their former individuality, becoming an avatar of whatever soul they embody. In Fear and Hunger, this is revealed to be a trap laid by the old gods to prevent ambitious mortals from climbing any higher. However, while we the players learn this, it remains unknown to most of the world. The oldest known new god is Betel, known to being any higher. This is former individuality. When a human becomes a new god, they are nearly always overwhelmed and enslaved by the power they receive. To some degree, they lose their former individuality, becoming an avatar of whatever soul they embody. In Fear and Hunger, this is revealed to be a trap laid by the old gods to prevent ambitious mortals from climbing any higher. However, while we the players learn this, it remains unknown to most of the world. The oldest known new god is Betel, who appears to have reigned some time after the year 0. It was Betel who had Mahab's Grand Library constructed. Betel and the other new gods of his day would eventually be deposed in the 5th century by a group including a mortal wizard named Nasra, and Betel's divinity would quickly be mostly forgotten. This would seem to be the fate of most other new gods, as the phenomenon is referenced a few other times. Future generations only seem to remember them as kings or mythological figures, not as real deities who had power in the world. Nasra is a recurring figure in both games who best represents mortal ambition in the face of divine might. As a new god, Nasra was extremely brutal. He conquered the Eastern Sanctuaries, this world's version of the Ottoman Empire, and led it to be the dominant force in the world. However, he ultimately remained unfulfilled, quickly realizing the limits of his newfound power as a god emperor. The other new gods, sitting in a hall that essentially serves as a retirement home once their tenure is up, complained that he behaved in extreme and cruel ways unbefitting of his station. While he's certainly just that kind of guy, this probably speaks of the frustration that he felt when he discovered the divine glass ceiling. Like a kid grown bored of cheating at Grand Theft Auto, he had all the power, but none of the satisfaction. The final divine group is known as the Ascended Ones. History tells us that a man named Almer was born in antiquity, the son of someone known only as the False God and a virgin mortal. He would travel the Eastern Sanctuaries, helping the downtrodden and calling out corruption wherever he went. He became very popular with the poor, and the sultans eventually took offense. They had him crucified, but when he died, he was laid to rest in the city of Mahab. Shortly thereafter, he returned as a god and led his apostles to overthrow their evil rulers. They established a new faith, and much like Christianity in the real world, this would largely replace the worship of old gods in the West. This marked the dawn of the Common Era, year 0 on the calendar. This is a point a lot of people seem to miss. Both of these games take place in locations where the old gods are unusually active, but outside of places like the backwater city of Prehevil and the dungeons of Fear and Hunger, Almer's religion is so successful that it has basically driven the old faith to the fringes. We meet characters who follow them, certainly, but these are strange and special people. By the time Termina takes place, most people in the world have never heard of the old gods. If they have, they consider it outdated superstition, or their understanding is very limited. The famous dark priest Enki Ankarian claims that he witnessed the death of the god of the depths, and that Venushka, the old god of nature, fought a long and brutal war against human civilization and was ultimately tamed and killed. But what is death to such a being? That is not dead which can eternal lie, and as long as the barest trace of a concept exists in the mortal mind, it has power. But the power is less than it was, or at least it is less present. Even the old gods who still live have left the world. The pure concepts that they represent became diluted as humans came to understand them better. No one person's idea of absolute and total destruction is exactly like anyone else's. Therefore, Rogoroth cannot exist in the world in his true, pure form. The same went for every other old god in turn, but though their primary selves have pulled away from the world, the traces left behind by the old gods are still able to affect reality, carrying out their residual will and granting magic to those who learn their secrets. The Vatican's dark priests would continue to quietly follow the old gods in addition to publicly spreading their worship of Almer. And certain secretive cults still exist which venerate them, but by 1942 the old gods have largely been forgotten, while Almer remains relevant to most of the common folk. Almer brought about renewed peace and prosperity for the Western world, but this began to falter over the centuries, and by the year 809, Europa had fallen under a dark age. The Fellowship, a group of 4 from the continent of Europa, ventured into Mahab, beheaded Nasra, and claimed the throne. Now bolstered with the help of 4 new gods, this allowed the kingdoms of Europa to finally claim victory in their war against the Eastern sanctuaries. Thus was the Western world brought into a prosperous medieval era, though this too would eventually fall apart, as all things must, and the cycle was set to continue. In 1590, a man named Lagard was prophesied to bring about a new age, and ventured to Mahab to try to find a way to surpass the new gods. Once he got there, and there will be more on this later, he either succeeded, becoming a new god with greater power than normal, or he died and was resurrected as something else. Put a pin in that. We will come back to it later. Whatever the case, Lagard was a Machiavellian figure for whom the ends always justified the means, and in his blind rush to power he did many terrible things, slaughtering innocent people in Oldegard, purposefully sacrificing his mercenary company in a doomed assault on his own country, and lying to his most trusted lieutenant and leading her into the jaws of torment. Along the way, he fathered a child with one of the new gods, Nilvan. This would prove to be his downfall. It was Nilvan who had the last laugh, leveraging the weight of Lagard's prophecy to ensure that her child would become something even greater. Her scheme was opposed by the moon god Rare, so she hid the child underground in the dungeons, and arranged to have her taken into the Heart of Darkness, a black pit located in the bowels of a gigantic carcass that was once the god of the depths. There, the girl would ascend, taking on the dead god's divinity and becoming the same sort of being as Almer, a deity on par with the old gods. The god of fear and hunger did not lead people away from Almer, but rather drove them forward to advance socially and technologically into the modern age. While Almer was human once, he was perfect in his divinity, something no mortal could ever be. Fear and hunger, on the other hand, knew what it meant to be helpless and afraid, and people took comfort, for once seeing a god share in their struggles. They learned to embrace hardship and let it drive them to greater heights of innovation and industry. This left Lagard and his lofty aspirations in the dust. His way was the old way, and the old way wasn't going to fly anymore. He became known as a bloodthirsty madman, experiencing only failure and spreading only misery in a doomed campaign to unite the world under a single banner. He eventually faded from history, and where his name is written, he is called the Mad Yellow King. We're never shown what sort of worship the god of fear and hunger is given, or if she is even worshipped at all. The gods in this setting do not appear to rely on worship in the same way they do in, for instance, Dungeons & Dragons, and their influence extends well beyond any religious practices associated with them. Over the next 350 years, Western civilization would experience the Cruel Age. Though industrialization, the market economy, mass production, and the formation of the modern nation-state would improve life for many, these advancements just as often led to new horrors. Urban poverty, new diseases, human rights violations, and most of all, war. The First Great War killed millions across Europa, and the Eastern Sanctuaries, now joined with Voronia in the east, formed the Eastern Union, which we can roughly equate to the USSR. The continent was left in shambles, leaving thousands of orphans and throwing a bitter shadow of resentment over the Western world. During that time, a mysterious figure would take power in the country of Bremen, and under a black and yellow flag they would rebuild. Bremen is this world's version of Germany, and the sudden rise of a dictator after this world's version of the First World War should be setting off alarm bells. The dictator would rarely be seen in public, and always hidden under a yellow cloak. People would whisper that he was the Mad Yellow King, or even a god. Finland, Fear and Hunger's version of America, is only sparsely colonized in 1942 and can offer no support in the war. This is because until fairly recently, the continent was overrun with magical darkness and infested with monsters. Its current status appears to be somewhat safer, but this isn't really explored very well. Just know that there aren't many people living there. As the times change in Fear and Hunger, so too does the nature of the supernatural. By time traveling to antiquity in Mahab, the cast of the first game can discover what they refer to as a mythological beast, implying that they weren't aware that such creatures actually existed. In the 16th century, our dragons looked more like this, still terrible, but greatly diminished by humanity's understanding and mastery over their environment. We know from the text on a certain item that there were witch and vampire hunts in the 17th century. We'll dig more into this later, but it suggests that the more obvious monsters had been slain, and the Western world was now turning inward, looking for the monsters that lurked among them. This is analogous to a setting like the World of Darkness, where monsters operated with relative impunity in the Dark Ages, but had to retreat to the shadows once human society became organized enough to turn the hunter into the hunted. Without an America to swoop in and aid against the Bremen army, things go very badly for the rest of Europa when the Second Great War breaks out. Bremen's unchecked expansion threatens the entire Western world, and just like the Mad Yellow King of the past, Kaiser and his forces become infamous for committing terrible atrocities wherever they go. But suddenly, in the midst of what seemed like an unstoppable conquest, Kaiser halted his armies and agreed to peace talks. Now, as the war is winding down, a train chugs across the Bohemian countryside, on its way to Prehevil. Prehevil is a city in the middle of nowhere. It's the world's analog for Prague, which in 1942 was located in Czechoslovakia and hadn't yet become the tourism destination it is today. Until recently, this country was part of the Eastern Union, but now it's been captured by Kaiser's army. Regardless of who's in charge, with hostilities ended, it should be safe for civilians to come and go. And so it is that 14 people fall asleep all at once as they approach the edge of town. The player begins by choosing a character from a sizable roster. We'll pick Marina, the occultist, for now. Marina nods off and experiences a strange nightmare. A nasty-looking man with blue paint on his body forces her to work, fashioning cubes in a bizarre workshop made of warped wood.
Toit frontage Jilekfti. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, thank you.
SY was on stream.com remove the space WQW.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you, thank you. Hello, Scotty. What's up?
Eventually, a young woman in a pink dress beckons her to come along.
Draculash. Welcome to my channel.
That's Draculash, yeah. Vidio sam si jučer probao V-Rising. Nisi ga refundao, ne? Kako se snašao? Ali tek oko 12 jučer sam te video da si V-Risingu. Znaš?
Odlično.
Tek oko 12. Ali ide na posao za 1 sat vremena. Tada ručam i da se spremim za posao. Ako hoćeš kad dođe sutra ujutro, trebalo bi da se slobodan subotu i nedelju. Subotu većinu dana, možda i čitav dan, a u nedelju, znači neće više vremena. A to ti je ona igra baš za ovako. Bravo.
Igrali smo jučer Kecman, Darko i ja.
A i on igrao to, ozbiljno?
A bre, boostali me. Napravili mi tamo, brate, bazu, na šta su mi sve rekli.
A dobro, ne treba se da ti daj konotaciju, ne treba da ti zagorčuje život, ali ono, treba i sam nešto da smisliš. A dobro, to ti je early game mogu da ti svi naprave, kasnije je ono malo kad naiđu teži bossevi. Early game možeš sa nikakvim gearom da središ. A ko hostuje od vas, ti ili?
A? Ja.
Ti, ja?
Jes. Ja napravio host.
Čekaj, ako si sad si napravio server, ili?
Juče.
A, dobro.
Prešli smo, Darko, koliko smo prešli? 5-6 bossova, tako?
A, do 30. ja mislim.
Akt 1 smo još.
Da, do 30.
Niste prešli na gvozdeno oružje?
Ne, ni blizu.
A, dobro.
Gvozdeno oružje, gvozdena vrata, otvoreno.
To.
Evo, fix your audio, essence, enhance showdown.
Da.
Kaže, Jack počeo opet da gleda Pirate sa Karibe, kaže najveći. Mislim, ja gledam dugo, ne sjećam se.
Ček da ugasim ovaj Hero Siege, brate, ovo je... Ne mogu ovo da igram više. Mnogo je.
am Dr. Carl Zachary Kinderman.
Ti si tu nabio sati da te smorila već.
Ma nije me smorilo, nego...
Anesthesiologist, surgeon.
Nisam mogao da igram od početka kad je došla nova sezona, sad su itemi preskupi i onda neću da počinjem ništa jer nema poente.
Već si ono zakasnio.
A to ti je koji svaka igra gde kreće nova sezona. U početku je sve onako normalno i odjedanput...
Čekaj se kako telefon izgore gutirač nisi.
Cowards, I call them. Afraid to do what science taught us. But where can a disgraced doctor find enough tests?
On se odmutirao, moj brat.
In hell, I found everything I need. Plenty of damned to operate on. And the most gentle of angels in the most horrid of places, Sister Anna. Now I just have to put in the hard work.
Desi.
Završi sam brzo.
Off to do some private SH.
Dobar dan,